check it out. O'clock,
Were they? Because he was supposed to be.
March 21st, 2026. We have a quorum today at our regular board meeting for the month. At this time, can we all stand up for a moment of silence in the pledges? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor to Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. Thank you, everyone. Ms. Governor, can someone take the flags to the associated next week? So can we
It's
just-
on my checklist memo.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Just in case it gets by. All right, we'll start off with the board reports, approval of minutes, the regular board meeting of minutes of February 21st, 2026. Has everyone perused the minutes? Concerns, questions?
You said both of them, right?
I said first, February 21st, 2020, the regular board meeting.
I make a motion to approve minutes from February 21st.
Second,
Second.
all those in favor? Unanimous. Approval of the minutes. Approve of the minutes of the very short special meeting on February 27th, 2026. Questions or concerns regarding the minutes?
I make a motion to approve the February 27th special meeting minutes.
We have a second. Second. All those in favor? Chair? Unanimous, unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Secretary report.
I just have to report on the voting. I've been in touch with our auditors and they're getting everything prepared for the annual meeting. I had 5 ballots that I had to replace and update mailing addresses on. So it's very important to get the word around if you have a mailing address or any information that needs to be updated, the office needs to know about it, or you will not get the appropriate information that you need. So that's hopefully we'll look forward to next weekend and that we'll do better next year. There were several glitches on the printout of labels that they were corrected. So we're ready to go.
Thank you, Ms. Sharon. Treasury report.
All right, so we have the motel report to start out with. Looks like we got $6,629 of revenue for February 2026, as compared to basically double that from the year before, likely to motel closures. 13,489 is how much we got the year before. That was 27 members rented rooms, 29 member guests, 53 non-members, 109 total rooms occupied for February. Member services report. We did not sell any lots here. We did not sell any lots in February. We charged 1,000 transfer fees in January and $300 in February. Total income to the fort for February, $300 as far as property go. And we had some give backs. 2 new FRMs were purchased, none were canceled, and 1 transfer occurred. As far as the bank balances go, this is our operating bank accounts here. At the end of February, we had $540,000 in the general fidelity account. We had $6,595 in the Buildium specific bank and trust account we use for cash and check deposits. And we had $6,349 in the Texas Community Bank credit card account, which we should be soon to close. So overall, that's $554,841 in our operating funds. This is actually the balances as of yesterday evening. One of the things that has happened is that I paid up restricted and historic preservation funds all the way up until the end of February, and also moved the money for the special assessment into the restricted fund, which is why we're seeing a relatively noticeable drop in operating funds. You will also see in the restricted category, we have $185,000 in Amistad Bank surety bond. That gets us out about $650 of interest a month sitting over there. The preservation fund had 58,269, and the restricted fund of Fidelity had $129,226. Overall, including what has been held for the surety bond, we had $373,413. This is for March. We can see that it's jumped up to $429,894 due to paying up the preservation and restricted funds in there. Overall, our total balance has been increasing since we paid the taxes and the insurance, except this month. This is for March. It's not completely settled out, but as of yesterday, it was down a little from the month before, maybe $13,000 difference in there. As far as interest goes, we're doing pretty well on that. We got $2,340 of interest paid to us in February, and we do not have the numbers for March yet. But that's over $2,000 every month that we're earning by just having our money sitting in there. And that's all I have. Treasure.
Fabulous.
Sir,
That's fabulous. Thank you.
Yes.
is there an update on elections? I know that was a big issue a while back.
It's on my report.
It's on your report?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Well, in regards to that, Ms. Cavender, I know that we have already sent out the special assessment. The special assessment has been coming in. The delinquent letters regarding special assessment will be going out this coming week for those who haven't paid the special assessment, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I gave her a list of people that hadn't paid, and I did a score of how likely they would be to pay. And there's about based on have you been paying, have you not been paying? I don't know, it's an equation, whatever. But there was 468 lots that are very likely to pay that still left outstanding, 468. So times 60, whatever, another 25 grand or so.
And just for the record, what is the deadline before it goes into actual delinquency?
21st.
April 21st?
Yes.
So April 21st, for all those in TV land, special assessment is due before you start getting a late payment. April 21st, 2026. Thank you, Ms. Kevin. Thank you, Jason. General manager report.
Good morning, everybody. I kind of have a lot of allergies, so if I sound really scratchy, just kind of bear with me on this. So operations overview, bulldozer was purchased and delivered. We have it now. Maintenance team did an excellent job of helping for Fort Clark days. The empty saddle primary repairs were great for Fort Clark days. I saw many people taking nice photos over there. There's still items still in planning stages and research stages. We are waiting on Bricks, our auditor, to let us know what they need to complete the annual audit, as well as treasurer who's working on importing the assessment income into Buildium. Fort Clark Cleanup Out is underway with the cleanup. I will have all the details at our annual membership meeting next week on Saturday. We will begin working sequentially on units, and we have been working on unit one. Administrative member service activity. It's a little bit slower time for us, so we currently are working on promoting FRNs to capture new members. More details to come when we kind of finalize those details. We're mailing out letters to members who have not made their special assessments to let them know that late fees will begin on April 21st. Delinquency accounts to date from October 1st to today, we have collected $152,122.41. We currently have 76 liens, 3 pending liens, and 3 liens that were removed from people that paid. Records requested, I had 2 record requests for bank statements and credit card statements. Buildium office process updates, all members are in Buildium. I'm currently working on GL codes for our accounts so that we have a clear, decisive way of putting in expenses or income. We are developing SOPs for we developed an SOP for collections and for updating member contact information. We're still working on cross-training all employees in administrative, and we are continuing to work on developing SOPs, processes, and guidelines. Bank reconciliation, Belen is working on reconciling all the banks and QuickBooks. I believe they are up to February. A majority has been completed. We are also working on aligning the GL codes and QuickBooks with Buildium on a process for carryover assessments, income for the profit and loss statement. Maintenance, grounds, facilities, routine, grounds, mowing, and trimming. DLP is back on full time. Lee and Philip will be guiding them. They drove around Thursday in unit 3 and 15 because we're looking at those heavily because they seem to be an area that need some help to look good. And then building repairs. Like I said, we've begun our Clean and Proud campaign. We are tracking the units numerically, starting with unit 1. Here's what we've done in unit 1. Security lighting installed in the parking lot, which is they've never had that. So now they're able to see because it was absolutely very dark in that area. So not very safe for a lot of people if they're walking. Maintenance, cleaning up the area behind maintenance by unit 1. Secured a handicap removable ramp for a member. Assess the repairs needed for the retaining walls. Cleaned up the creek area behind the bridge. Brush pickup ongoing work and is still pending to repair a backhoe. Tree trimming has been done in many areas in unit 1 and more items still pending. Equipment repairs and concerns. Recently our backhoe broke down and it's going to be $6,400 for the part, which we just ordered today. Safety infrastructure concerns. The leak by Dickman was fixed with the help of many. Thank you, Joe, for that help. Another leak was also found upstairs when the toilets were flushed, so that was fixed as well. Other facility-related matters. They put a new toilet in Schacter Hall, new vanity as well. Another leak was found, I guess, in the commissary bathroom and the men's bathroom, so the toilet and everything was replaced in there. Motel, with the work being done in the motel, we're renting out the available rooms that we have. We're waiting on the transfer of assessments to QuickBooks and working on matching up GL codes to get a full picture for the motel revenue. They finished painting, but they still have to put a clear coat, I believe, on pat. Did you talk to Jim?
Try this one. That's still.
Yeah.
As of this morning, they're still painting it.
Okay, yeah, he was telling me he's gonna put a clear coat on there, but I didn't know if he finished it or not. When work begins on Bolus, Philip will do the underneath of the plumbing like he did at Cat. Okay, golf course. Thank you. Um, Clarkson's have been playing at the pro shop and have been bringing in a good crowd. So we decided to do a trial for the next 3 months to see if that continues. We've gotten a lot of kudos. So I know Sharon's been there a few times when they've been there. A lot of people really like them, so we're very excited. They also played at the pickleball um, area that they put on last Saturday, which I think was a big success. Also, the 37th annual Lost Wars tournament started yesterday. That will be going on for 3 days, and that's Sunday. We are extending the service hours on Friday and Saturday based on member request. We're gonna do it as a trial to see if it will bring in extra income. If it doesn't bring in extra income, then we'll go back to our regular hours. But if we do see an improvement, we will keep those during the summer months. Rentals, venue rentals, several events have been taking place in the ballroom to raise funds for the Smithsonian exhibit with much success. Committee coordination, community council support Clark days went very well. Volunteer activity, John Works continues to work at the stables, Ulrichs continue to work at the adult center, Travis and Annabelle continue to work on the ballroom, and then there are many people that have been helping them. I probably can't name them all, but I would like to give out a great shout out for all of those that have contributed. And a heartfelt thank you to you all. Staffing, no, nothing to update on that, no open positions. And then compliance, we, like I said, continue to develop the SOPs, guidelines and processes. Contract insurance, nothing to report on that. And then the only thing that the board will be talking about is full accessibility later. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gallagher. Do you have anything from the airport committee?
No, she doesn't have anything.
Okay. Architectural, anything here from architectural? Come on down. Sorry. Something's going on, Adam.
I don't know. 1 second, just give it a moment.
Can you check it? Check to see if the mic works.
Speeding back. 1 second.
Yeah, it's working.
Good morning, board and members. We had 4 applications approved this last month. 5 violation letters went out. Sorry. We're waiting on the board's direction approval on the resolution on the setback. It's holding up 1 application. It's been 3 weeks since the guy applied for this portable building. So we need to have 3 resolution readings after you guys give us direction on the resolution. You guys are aware of what I'm talking about, right? Okay. He wants to bring that building in. The only other thing I have is a dispatch. We need dispatches out for I missed twice because my wife was in the hospital. You know, we're older generation, so
Yeah.
we have issues. We need more members. So if we can do a dispatch on a monthly basis, I would appreciate that. And that's all I have.
I believe there was a dispatch earlier this month, and I don't know if it's on automatic or not, but we're always begging for architectural people. I mean, that's.
There's been 1 dispatch since we started, and that was last, the morning of the meeting.
If we had the volunteers in the architecture committee, as many critics as we had them on the architecture committee, we'd be busting up, you know, so. I regret that we can't get more people have volunteered.
Well, if we could just, be repetitive on asking,
Yeah, I got you.
yeah, that's all I'm asking.
Real quick question, remind me, who's the person that wants to put a building where?
Specialty lot, on, Lamont. Yeah,
We tabled it.
Okay,
I don't think you have that as a variance. We're
Mm.
trying to get that resolution approved from you guys so we can go ahead and approve the temporary building.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I
and
thought there was
it's
2
not
last
it's
meeting.
not on the agenda, but there was a little chit chatter about it Emails.
Yeah, give us a few minutes to compose ourselves and maybe we'll have something.
That's fine. If you just, get with Matt on that, get that resolved so we can start, the readings.
Okay.
It'll be 6 weeks if we start the reading next week. It'll be 6 weeks from the time the guy applied for the, building.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Golf committee? Okay, we've got sort of an update on that. Preservation?
In our packet, we have a preservation committee, letter from Constance Kilgore. The preservation committee met on March.
Mike,
Here, just press it one time.
The preservation committee met on March the 11th, 2026 at 3 p.m. in the boardroom. The committee members present were Constance Kilgore, Chairperson Jack Marsh, Vice President Jan Metcalf, Secretary Eva Huey, Treasurer Bruce Milano, Member, and Chip Riggins, Member. There were no guests or audience. A report of the meeting was given by Jan Metcalf, and the treasurer's report was given by Eva Huey. The treasurer's report noted that Preservation Committee once again is not receiving its monthly monies from the monthly lot owner's assessment. This is urgent concern for two reasons. This is required by the Fort Springs Association governing documents, and we are unable to proceed with any of the duties of the Preservation Committee without knowing what funds we have available. A report of the repairs to the motel was given by Aaron Mendez. The repairs of the first building are almost complete. Jack March and Chip Riggins gave a report of the task force inspections since the February meeting. The task force looks at the exteriors of the building owned by Fort Clark Association located in the historic district. Respectfully submitted, Constance Kilgore. And I believe the assessments have been corrected and updated.
Yes,
You
as
just
I stated
mentioned that.
before, everything's been paid up to the end of February.
we do that on a monthly basis, right? Or by every 2 months?
It had been done monthly, but as we were reconciling, building them and getting all the numbers straight, I thought that it was gonna be much more of a variance, but actually it's quite correct because only $30 difference in the restricted for those 2 months and like $14 difference. I thought it was gonna swing more as we made adjustments, and there was minimal changes in there, and I included those $30 into their what they were owed. So we're all good.
Well, it seems that what you've done is reasonable. I mean, we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. Thank you very much. Recycling. Ms. Helena sent me a message this morning. She was not feeling well. Pray for her. She did mention, her report is, we have 27 bales and 11 boxes. We'll ship in a couple of weeks. That's all. Thank you. That's recycling. I made a mistake on this agenda, put election committee. The election committee has been disbanded. It will not be on the next agenda next month. Community council, anybody here for community council? Steve, you're not gonna talk about community council? Oh, well, you know what? The treasurer's here. I'm sorry, you're for treasurers. Jake, you don't have anything for community council? Travis?
No.
Okay. Okay, community council, nothing today. Though I want to do a shout out to in the appropriate time. All the volunteers at Fort Clark Days. It was quite the endeavor, and I'm very appreciative for everyone from every section, every part of Fort Clark Days. It is a huge thing to put on, and I see several volunteers here, and I'm very, very appreciative for all you've done. And it's my understanding they might have broke even. Everybody was paid, maybe have a little money left over for next year. But I think that'll be resolved on Sunday, right, Steve?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you again to Fort Clark Days volunteers.
Memo, I got an email from.
Community council?
Yeah, from Tom.
our president.
Okay, hold on. I just need to turn it around so I can read it. Okay, this is from Tom Kodak's. The event went well with some vendors unable to attend due to meteorological conditions that they had to tend to around the base of their operation. There is currently around $12,500 in the funds after the event. Plans are underway to start working on next year's event in the near future. Official debrief will occur 3/21 and all data points collected. General says spring raffle started February 1st and will end April 31st. $1,450 raised so far. The next AED location will be the golf course instead of admin area until logistics are worked out. Next regular meeting is on April 11th, 2026. Community concerns, no direct complaints were presented at the last regular council meeting on the 14th. Note, as the president of the council, I am available to meet with anyone if they want to further discuss anything on here. My number is 518-321-9047 and available on most afternoons. Thank you.
Did he mention that they made 13,000 at Four Park Days? Is that what he was talking about? Or that's what they have in the account?
And he said there's currently $12,500 in the funds after the event.
The funds of Four Park, Community
Yes.
Council.
Yes,
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
I'm trying to be clear.
yeah.
Steve, is that sound more or less? Since you've been collecting most of that money? More or less?
I thought,
We'll have to find out at the meeting
Okay.
that we have tomorrow. I would like all of us that are involved to be a little more involved in what we are making. Because, we put a lot of work into that.
Excellent.
We brought in about $15,000. And that includes the ice and what we got from HEB and some of the gifts we got from Home Depot, et cetera.
Okay,
So I consider that, as a pretty good success.
yes, sir. Thank you. That's tomorrow, right? At 2 o'clock?
At, I believe it's 1:30
One,
in the boardroom.
1:30 tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We had an email vote yesterday, even though on the agenda it's done. We did a quick emergency email vote regarding a broken tractor. What was the amount that we had to spend?
6,400.
64.
$6,425.53.
$606,425 that had to be spent to fix our backhoe. That's now at the landfill with our bulldozer, correct?
Yes, our bulldozer is here. Philip picked it up on Thursday.
And so we had an email vote. It was approved this morning, you said it was already paid?
We will pay for it when it comes in. The part should be in on Wednesday.
I mean, technically, that should be on next month's agenda listed as proper and dealt with then.
Well, that's correct, but it came up yet today, so I'm mentioning it now, and since I probably won't be present, somebody can put it on the agenda. So, here we go. The point of it is whether or not we're gonna sign a check today. Obviously, we don't have to sign a check today. Or you're not gonna pay with a credit card, since we're all here and we can make a decision about that.
Whatever you decide,
Because we're not gonna have a special meeting for the money.
It's not on the agenda to discuss
Okay,
what we're
well-
gonna do on this matter. That's the point of putting out an agenda, listing proper descriptions,
Okay.
not to handle business in the middle of the meeting just because we want to. We already email
It
voted
was
on
an
it.
emergency vote,
Oh,
Jason.
Okay, but
It's an
that,
emergency vote.
that's not on this
Thank you.
agenda. Hold on, please.
Kinney County Water. Are you here, Mr.?
I did attend the GMA 7 meeting this week. They did discuss Kinney County, and the hydrologist was there to discuss what they want to do on the DFC. They're going to be voting on it at the next meeting. They also had a pretty good in-depth discussion about Del Rio, because Del Rio has no water board, and they're going to go with being irrelevant. in Del Rio. So that means they have no DFCs, no mags,
Oh, my goodness.
no rules at all on their controlling their water in Del Rio. I don't know how that's gonna affect us. There were quite a few that were concerned about how that's gonna affect the aquifer if it goes. I'm not sure how that would affect us, but there was discussion on that. And, so the next, board meeting of the groundwater is gonna be real important, and we'll see what they decide.
Dave, are you gonna mention anything about the water?
Yeah, sure I can. You want to? Yeah, thank you.
I thought that's why you graced us with your presence.
I didn't even notice you. I'm sorry, Dave.
No,
I
that's
know you,
fine.
I know you called in on
I
the call.
hide in the back there. I'm just here to watch you guys, not to speak about water, but while I'm here, I might as well talk about it. So thank you, board. Just some quick updates on what's going on with the water. There has been some positive developments, I guess you would say, in the water world in Kinney County. So due to the efforts of lots of people here in the community, both in the town and on the fort and out in the rural areas, there's a new desired future condition. So there was a lot of issues with the old one. I'll just read. Everybody should be actually happy about this because it includes a spring. There was some effort, or some thought that maybe the spring would not stay in the desired future condition, but it looks like it will. And so I'll read this. Daily mean spring discharge measured at Los Morris Springs shall not be less than 15 cubic feet per second CFS when averaged over 5 years. So there was a lot of discussion, a lot of back and forth with the board, but the board unanimously voted to approve this new DFC. So I think that's reason to maybe be happy or not necessarily celebrate yet, but it's a positive move towards, better future for Kinney County water. Let's say that. So that's a good thing. What that's going to do too, just so everybody knows, and there's been talk about all these terms, but from this desired future condition, the model of available groundwater is developed, and that's a rough kind of idea about how much water Kinney County in these different areas has. So it's historically been super high, 70,000 acre feet. And the talk now from the new hydrologist who's doing a lot of good work for the county, Vince Claus, it's going to come down and more like 10,000 acre feet, give or take. So in that range. So that's a huge difference. If people are looking at producing 70,000 acre feet from the county, and now maybe it's going to go down to 10,000. That's a positive thing, for the aquifer and for the spring. So that's the news. Continue to be involved, everybody, please. Meeting on Tuesday night. So, there's new permits on the table and lots of important stuff going on. So urge everybody's participation and read the paper too, because stuff's coming out in the paper. Stay up on the situation. And any questions, I'm willing to answer those.
I have one. So,
Sure.
so basically the previous DFC was taken on a single point in December.
That's how it was
So
decided it was complied with.
Is the new thing gonna be a moving average of,
Yes.
of daily points or monthly points, or how is the math actually gonna be?
I'm not sure exactly how the hydrologist is gonna suggest that's done, but it's gonna be 5-year moving average. I don't know if there'll be 1 point at 12 o'clock every day over those 5 years, or it's going to be a daily mean average. So the data now, there's so many points.
Yeah.
I think the computer can,
Yeah, sure.
calculate that.
It almost seems like 5 years is a long window. So it seems like if drought hits or rain hits, it's gonna be a bit of a lag before that actually starts to be shown, because it's averaged out over the previous 5 years. 5 years of drought would take a bit of time for the thing to kick in, and 5 years of heavy rains would also take time for it to respond to in with a 5-year moving average.
Yeah, the way it was decided was this 15 CFS is over 5 years, and it includes every year since essentially there have been records since the 40s. So the number that was chosen is a little less than the average over those years. And if you didn't average the drought years, if you just average the Non-drought years, that number would be higher, but, the effort to make a lower drought tier for a shorter, much shorter amount of time that would maybe work, that didn't pass.
Okay.
So yeah, I think, still not perfect, but you know, if you only had one data point and now you've got 5 years of daily data points,
I
that's
believe
gonna
they
be
stated several times that with the current 15 number, that conditions would have been met 88% of the time, over the entire history.
That's what the chart.
That's what the chart says.
That's what the chart says. Yeah, I don't know exactly, all the inputs that went into that chart.
I want to say thank you for coming and informing us, and I hope you come back every month. Like, I
Yeah, I'm
really
willing
appreciate
to,
you coming
yeah.
here every month and telling us updates on what's going on with our most important asset that we have.
Yeah, I'm ready to do that. And if we want to have a town hall or something someday too, you guys, I'm willing to do that. And anybody has any questions, you know, knock on my door or come by to, my email's on the website, by the way, so any county groundwater district.
Hey, when you want your town hall, just talk to her and she'll set it up.
Yeah, we'll do it shortly. Thanks. Question, Travis?
John.
Yeah.
When you said the 70,000, that was the mag, right?
The mag is, I think, right around 70. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me how did we go from 70 to 10? And what relevant data did the new hydrologists use that the old hydrologists didn't?
So years ago, we had Dr. Hutchinson was our hydrologist. And so years ago, when they essentially figured out what they call the model, computer simulations of the situation, when they ran that model years ago, it was believed that if that much was actually pumped, the spring would flow at 24 cubic feet per second, essentially. That's what the deal was. So over time, as more data, you know, we've got EcoKai, Jim Burton collecting a lot of data all around the county, and looking at the USGS flow rates and stuff. It was, you know, the best available science evolves. So now, the best available science shows that that number is way too high. And what they did too, part of that was, and I don't know what came first, the chicken or the egg, and I should know this honestly, but the permits were, there was a court decision that allowed 70,000 acre feet of permits. And back in the day, you had to permit to the mag. So I don't know if they permitted 70,000 and then decided the mag was 70, or the mag was 70 and they permitted 70, whatever came first. But there was a court case that decided that was what was appropriate, despite what the board at that time thought it should be less anyway. But that's history. And so now they've decided hydrologically that that number is just too high. So that's a huge development. Dr. Hutchinson has acknowledged that at GMA 7, and you know, Vince Claus seems to also agree with that. There's lots of hydrologists. Yes, 5 in their opinions all vary a little bit, but there is pretty good consensus that that number should be more like 10 instead of
And how
7.
does that affect like current permittees? Like if you say you reduce to 10,000 from 70, there's one person that has 10,000.
No,
Right,
there's-
so
yeah.
what's the solution on that? And does that really affect what you're permitted, or does that really affect new water marketers coming in and trying to suck the juice? Like not so much current people with current permits that were of course mandated.
So the basic rule is the mag is a consideration for permitting purposes. So just like when the mag was 70, it was considered for permitting purposes and 70 was permitted.
Yeah.
Now that it's hypothetically, it hasn't officially been lowered yet, but it looks like it will be recommended that it is lowered. How that affect permits is to be determined. So you would intuit maybe that you know, if you have 70,000 acre feet of permits and now your mag is 10, there might be some work to be done to, you know,
Tied to it, that lawyers will be involved in lawsuits and court cases. If that's what happens.
likely.
Yeah, because y'all have, the water board's already permitted about 60,000 out of that 70 that we have.
Plus, I think
And,
more than that.
and you just said there's permits that, there's people still asking for permits.
Yeah, Tuesday, somebody will be
So
asking.
how
for
are we gonna, with it going down to 10? And the permits are based on the MAG, are we gonna continue issuing permits? We've already issued 60,000 acre feet of water on permits, current permits.
Let's say that there's differences of opinion on the board about how to go about managing that. So with the community's input, that might, you know, be something that the people could weigh in on. I'm trying to be intentionally vague, but
I know you can't say how long, but
This is where I can though.
yeah,
I can.
so it, you know, it's gonna involve a lot of footwork and community involvement and lawyer. You know.
But just to clarify, there's two types of permits, right? There's a permit that's a residential permit that's less than 50 acre feet, which is deemed as, doesn't matter.
They're called exempt permits, yeah, and they're low flow pumps that are for livestock and domestic use, and those don't need permits, but then
Okay.
there's permits,
So
regular permits for more either ag use or industrial
So
use.
anytime that you use the word permit, that's not necessarily somebody like me, I have 10 acres and I want to drill a well.
No.
That's always going to be referred to as somebody applying for an agricultural or commercial type permit.
Right, big use, you know, high production pumps.
so the
Yeah.
permits you have for the next meeting, what type of permit?
That's a regular permit. It's really a pretty small permit, but it's for industrial use. Yeah, not an exempt, well, exempt, there's no permit for,
Right.
you know, somebody that has a small place that needs livestock and domestic.
Okay, so when you say y'all are looking at permits, I'm assuming that using the word permit on your agenda is only for ag or bigger permits, not,
We talk about them both, but mostly when you're talking about approving a permit, that's gonna be a industrial or agricultural use permit. You don't really approve exempt permits.
Mhm.
We talk about them. There was 3 new exempt permits applied for, but those are rubber stamp because there's no control of those. They do affect water in the county, though. There's way more exempt permits than there were in the past. So as you increase, you know, subdivisions maybe, or whatever, rural, more small plots, that will affect what can be permitted otherwise too, because the exempt permits come out of the same aquifer, you know, in general, there's more than, you know.
Yeah.
Different places, different effect, but
especially since we already have permit of 60,000 acre feet that we don't have.
yeah, and that's gonna affect that, you know, bottom line too, so.
So,
I yield the mic.
thank you, David. So, I'm gonna speak as the MUD director, and we have several issues here, and y'all asked some really good questions because they're all very, very important. So the MAG question around, is that going to go down? Remember that our groundwater MUD is permitted to 600 acre feet. That is our permit under that 70,000. We currently use about 550 acre feet a year to supply water to the association and all of its members. So it's very, very important that everyone pay attention and go to these meetings. If if we don't show up and support and talk about this and get the conversation out, there could be an issue.
I have a question.
Yes.
Relative to that statement. Remind me again how much the percentage of, what was it called, loss or leak is included in that?
So the current MUD water loss is around 50%. And that is a big deal. And we are on track to work through Texas Water Development Board in order to get some resolution to that. Generally, you expect something around 18 to 20% water loss, which is the correct term. And we're around 50%.
And how long has that been going on? More than a
As
year?
far back
Decades.
as far back as records go. And so that and it's a big deal. And Memo, you're right. It's a big deal. And so here's something to consider. You know, our water rates are extremely low compared to surrounding counties of similar size. And it's going to be an issue. And I'm not going to hide that. I'm not going to say that, you know, we're proud of that. We're not. We have issues and we're addressing those issues through grant work. We have a workshop coming up next week on Wednesday. The simple fact is that our infrastructure is aging and the drought doesn't help. And so, you know, the one thing I can say and that I'm really proud of is that everyone here in this room and everyone in the district does a great job when we ask them to cut back. I mean, we hit our mark every time. Every time we ask the citizens to step back and reduce their water usage, they do it. And they hit it by 3 or 4% lower than what we're asking for. That includes the board, that includes every person sitting in this room. So we are doing our part. And it's going to take time for us to get to where we need to be, that 18 to 20%, which is what we would like to be at. And it's going to take a lot of funds, and we're working on that. And so we're just going to have to continue moving in that direction. But I do think it's very important that we understand, and I know that there's not an answer right now about, you know, the permits and how that goes and what's going to happen. We don't know. We're watching, and so we're asking that y'all watch as well. You know, and it's just going to be a community effort. That's the only way this is going to happen. But we've got to pay attention. And again, we're at the limit of our permit. So when we reduce our water usage, we'll be in a better state. But we also need to pay attention to what's going on at the water district as well.
Especially since they don't have a drought plan to ask people to lower their,
We do have a drought plan.
no,
No.
the groundwater.
The groundwater district as a whole does not have a drought plan. The city of Brackenville has a drought plan, and we as MUD have a drought plan as well. And John, I would love to tell you more about how that 70,000 acre feet number was like originally done. It was based on, and if many of you remember when it was actually presented, you still got paper receipts for your diesel tanks on your farm. You presented diesel tickets to say how much your pump used, and that's how they got to 70,000 acre feet.
Yeah, my mother was a county commissioner.
Yeah, no, and so she
During
went
that
through the
period.
whole thing. It was, and Ron Green and Chris Hale all went to Sonora, and they said, this is a terrible way to do this, and here we are, you know, 25 years later, fighting the same fight. So
Terrible.
it was a hard deal, but
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the information.
And a couple of quick things, if I could, take my back. I know these are long meetings, I'll make them even, you know, it's gonna be 8 hours anyway, so why not?
We like it.
We're all here of our free will, no problem.
So about the drought plan. Kinney County Groundwater Conservation District could use improvements on its drought plan. So please come to the meetings and encourage that. We could start more work on a drought plan now. You know, the spring flow right now is less than 3 cubic feet per second. It's way below, you know, what it might be, even though there's a drought. So there is a drought, but encourage, you know, your reps to work on a drought plan. I would say that. The other quick thing I want to mention is Janelle has had a lot of health issues. So our general manager has been stricken by some health issues. So everybody, you know, be aware of that. She's our neighbor here on the fort, And, she served this for many, many years. So, keep her in your prayers too. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Do we have any additional information on reserve study? Anybody? States? Business. Jason, are we done with Billiam?
Are we done with Billiam? Well, that's what you mean by done with Billiam?
Are you divorcing yourself with Billiam now?
No,
Okay, then we're not done.
divorcing myself from Billiam. Basically, the money for the assessments is tracked tighter than I would think it almost ever has been. We found a 60-cent difference in the deposit and got that corrected. So every assessment's being paid. The only part that remains is having that income reflected in QuickBooks, which is a completely separate system, and it's a little bit challenging to get it in there. So we're working with the auditors and the accountants to make that happen. But as far as your money being counted, obviously collections are going strong and dollars are being put in the bank and allotted into the restricted and historic fund. So it's only the QuickBooks link that we're missing at this moment. I'll entertain questions if anyone has.
Well, real quick, and then since we're talking about that, are we gonna be reconciled to have an audit at the annual meeting next week? I know last month we weren't gonna have it ready for the annual meeting.
I would say that's not likely, and Billiam is not the only thing that's being waited on. There's a whole spreadsheet of lists of things that the auditors received. They have not approved all of those things. Or come back to us with all of those things. So unlikely.
Okay, correct? Thank you very much. Smithsonian. Any updates on Smithsonian? Anybody here for Smithsonian?
Yes. So this update is in the back for anyone that would like to pick one up, but I have one for each of the board members. John, if I can hand it to you. So last month we had a discussion around where we were with the MOU and how we were moving forward. We went back as requested and looked at our notes and went through the meeting minutes and found that what we had talked about was presenting a rental agreement for that, for the time period that we will host the Smithsonian. That rental agreement was requested and furnished by the GM. We have executed it on our side, and it's waiting execution from the board and the GM. So I would like to talk about that a little bit if we can. But we're ready to move forward, and we've done what has been asked of us. So what are we going to do moving forward? We can extend the MOU if that's what we need to do, but we also have a rental agreement. So
Did y'all get, is there an electronic thing on the MOU?
No,
Is there a hard copy or?
I have one, yes.
Okay.
No, not the MOU, of the rental agreement.
The rental,
The rental agreement is specifically for prior and after and during the.
yes, it's a week before and a week after
yeah,
of the dates. And so that was what was requested by the board, and that's what we talked about, was that Charlena was to put together the rental agreement and send it to us. She did that. We executed it. We've returned it. And so that's where we stand. But we can extend the MOU. Y'all can execute the agreement so we can move forward, but that's where we stand at this point.
I'm fine with the rental agreement. It's just a week before, a week after, and during the Smithsonian. It doesn't lock us into a decade of anything. It's just for that event. So I have no issue.
did we already agree to that? That's why I don't know,
No, that was the question in the last
Yeah, that
meeting
was-
was was where were we, right? I mean, John, help me out here. I mean,
Yeah.
that was the
So there's a rental agreement and that's correct, but it only covers a specific date, but there's no agreement, written or otherwise, currently in place between now and that date. That's where the problem comes in, because the general manager doesn't have the authority to sign or partnership with somebody to say the current agreement, verbal agreement that is in place right now is if y'all book it, and I understand the logistics of it, say, somebody books it Friday night and y'all are tearing carpet up. Well, that's a problem. But if you, so there needs to be that, that back and forth and that communication. But currently, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all have managerial control of the ballroom. And if it's rented, you keep 40% for future improvements and 60% comes back to the fort. But that's a word of mouth verbal
No,
agreement. There's
just to
no-
be clear, all of it goes to the fort, but Charlena agreed to allocate the 40% of those two improvements at the ballroom specifically, rather than just going into a general.
And it's not just gonna
general
come
fund.
to us, like, we're just not gonna.
Right, but it's
dig
going-
for it. No,
Yeah.
it would go to Charlotte, it goes to the fort, and then y'all would have to approve what that gets spent on. It's not just like, oh, we hand it into the pot.
Okay, so that's minutia, but the point is there's no contract in place, nor has that been negotiated. It's only been a verbal agreement between the general manager and y'all, correct?
Absolutely.
And so I think that's beyond the pale of what a general manager can authorize. So I think, we have to come up, we either have to okay that and say that we're fine with this, or because now you're relinquishing control of one of our buildings. We've already, in theory, technically kind of done that from now till the Smithsonian. I'm fine with the rental lease, but we do need to figure out that gap.
Is that the executive session contracts that we're gonna be discussing? Because it's pretty vague. This is.
And I'd be very happy if y'all would formalize what, Charlene has offered. I mean, that would be great. I mean, again, y'all can do that if you want. It's your building, it's your asset. It's, if y'all want to put 40% into it, if you want to put 100% into it, if you want to put more money into it, I mean, that's up to y'all. Again, as you can see on the document that I've given you, we spent over 800 hours of volunteer time, $10,000 of money that has come in. That's a big effort. It's a big effort. I don't know why we wouldn't want to do this. I don't know why we wouldn't want to, but I agree. We should formalize.
Yeah, we have to. I mean, there's no choice. We have to make it into, a contract. So can either you or Annabelle propose something, write it up and send it to us? Y'all are good at that. So, I mean, probably a lot easier for you to do it than us.
Sure. I mean, we can put together something that would just say over this time period, rental goes this way. But how is that going to work? I mean, what do you want to do?
So just a question, would not the rental agreement work if you all approved it? Because what I can't approve is, so the amount of money that it will cost to rent the ballroom upstairs would be out of my budget, my ability to approve or spending. So if we approved that amount, because we had said it would be like $375 a month until that, which we're not renting it out other than their use for their
I think we're talking about
volunteers.
two separate things.
Yeah.
So let's take them one at a time.
Okay.
So can y'all approve in an action item either to come or another, because there's not an action item here, you do have contracts, Dickman and executive. So please approve the rental agreement because that is outside of the dollar. Okay. The ask is that we then bring you a resolution or a document contract for the
It just in lieu of the MOU to get us to the end of it. Because I understand that we all understand that there's a ton of volunteers working on it. A lot of people have donated and spent money to make this place beautiful. That's great. And I completely understand the logistical issues. And I think what Annabelle brought up was specifically, hey, we can't, if Charlena's team says, hey, unbeknownst to her, they rent it out for a Friday night, but you've got 7 volunteers that are going in there to rip out carpet. That's a problem. And so there does need to be that communication layer where we're going, I don't so much mind that the situation at hand. I just think it needs to be put into words.
We're happy to do that. I
Okay.
can furnish that document, within a week. So, and if y'all could approve that as soon as possible, that'd be great. So we have it all there.
But we already have a rental agreement for the event proposed that we could approve.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that's a standard rental agreement. It is the Forks rental agreement. It's not something that we.
Right.
Is that the 370? The 375 I'm hearing, is that for the time the Smithsonian is gonna be here?
The 375.
I just said, someone said 375 a month or something like this. Is that during the event time?
So the 375 is the rental rate as it is today per day.
Oh,
Per day.
okay, nothing to do with.
Nothing.
Okay.
Correct. And we do have several events as listed on there already coming, actually, I'm going to tell the story and I'm going to take a little bit of your time because Becky Moore is the head of the Historical Commission. And she came to one of our meetings that we had there and she went upstairs and she had not been up there in many, many years. And she decided that she was going to go back to her group and her committee to have their class reunion because most of them worked there. They grew up going there and they were like, look, we don't care that you've got windows out and you've got, boards over here and trash piles. We want to have our spot here. So people love this place. There was a lady here yesterday who remembers when there was shag carpet in the on the wood floor in the in the ballroom. I don't remember that. I don't know if anyone here remembers that, but she was telling us about this and she was like, I don't need to go up there and see it. I know what it looks like. And so this place has a lot of history, a lot of memories for people. And I think we're doing something that we can really all get behind to move forward. And I appreciate what y'all are doing to do that. So if you'll approve that, and if you want to talk about an
So
executive
to
session.
be clear, just let me get past this part. I don't think that we need to approve that. Charlene can clearly sign a rental agreement for you to do that. We've honored that at Chapter Hall. We've honored that in other places. Am I wrong? We've had this discussion many times.
I mean, example, when we had the Texas we hosted the hunt. I donated that to them because we hosted it.
Yeah.
And we also got more hunters right after that weekend. We had 3 families that came down to hunt. So it's good marketing. It also brought more people to the fort. So.
But for instance, just so everybody is on the same page, you don't send a contract to us when somebody wants to rent the NCO club,
No,
correct?
I do
Okay,
not.
so if somebody wanted to come and rent the NCO club for 2 weeks, you would not send that contract to us.
No, that's an
Okay.
operation.
So I feel like, in my opinion, she has the authority to rent it for the width of the Smithsonian, but does not have the authority to have an 8-month,
Yeah.
I relinquish control, yada, yada.
Well, and it's not control. I mean, everything.
Whatever, you know what
I know what you're saying, but I just want to be sure that we're clear. I mean, everything is still going through Charlena. All of the contracts are signed by, through the office, not necessarily by Charlena, but through the office. And so we're just coordinating, not actually doing.
My opinion is if it's more than an already established rental rate, which we already know about for the NCO club, if someone wanted to rent the NCO club, service club for 2-3 months straight, then I would prefer that the board just knows about that because that's a major thing that we do. It's not just, oh, he rented it for the weekend. It's like, we're gonna block this thing off for months at a time.
And I want to
more of a decision for the board.
Right. And John, I'm going to agree with you. Like if someone says we want to rent this place for 2 weeks and they're paying, right? And Charlene can sign that. The reason that I'm asking that y'all vote on this is because you're basically donating that time period under a contract. And so that's outside of her spending them. If it was $375 a day for 6 weeks, that's over her spending.
I see your point.
And so that's why I'm just asking simple vote, yay, nay, move forward. And that's why. But I agree with what you're
I
saying.
understand that point. Okay.
Just for clarification, if Linda O'Brien wanted to celebrate her birthday party in June at Dickman Hall, she just gets with Shar. Shar says these dates are available, and she notifies you all, so y'all will at least pick up, or whoever's doing whatever, so that she can have her 21st birthday party.
If she gets a bunch of fans up in there, because in June it's gonna be.
Yeah, if Linda wants to have her 18th birthday party in June, it's gonna be rather hot.
So that's correct still, right?
Yes, yes, anyone can, look, here's what.
Just to make sure though, as long as there's not, that was the point, to make sure that there is not, 7 volunteers up there ripping up the carpet on that day.
Correct. I just want to make that clear for all the members, that you all have the ability to rent it prior to and after Smithsonian.
Right, and that actually comes to, one of the later agenda items, I believe number 4, which I received the proposal, last night, from Mr. Hughes. And that's gonna become a different situation. If I don't know how that would work, but it does pose a lot of risk to members being able to rent that, for us being able to continue what we're doing.
Let him tell us what he needs to tell us. I mean, none of us got a proposal yet.
You don't have a proposal?
Not your proposal.
You seem like.
No. I received a proposal, his proposal.
His proposal.
Right,
Okay.
which I'm assuming
So
you
the one
have
that
as
you
well.
got, I don't know if it's the same one I got.
Okay.
So he can make his own presentation in there.
Okay.
Curtis, anybody have questions? Come on up, Curtis.
Finish? You need me or you?
No. I'm fine with
Good morning.
saying if the rental agreement will solve the things that were discussed. I think that's fine. Maybe it doesn't need to be approved by you. But I also think the board needs to have something that sets guardrails in place, and that was the MOU that I thought that we were talking about last meeting, that you agreed that the MOU needed to be redone. The MOU is separate from the rental agreement. I see the rental agreement as, say, this is going in the future.
Yeah.
Basically, and we're gonna give them a little more control so that they can coordinate. I'm fine with that. But what guardrails are in place that says what they do, when, and to what level? Is there anything written that says you can do this, but you can't do that?
Well,
Is there
yes,
any discussion?
the common alteration form would prevent, most of what maybe your construction concerns would be, but that's exactly what I think I'm asking Travis, is to present either something with the MOU, in addition to that, more clarification of that span of time, so that we can approve that. We have to have something in this span of time so that we're clear in writing as to what everybody's obligations are and responsibilities.
And I would encourage that and like to see that because I think that you need to know what their plans are for the Smithsonian, because I think we got a little bit of Mission Creek going on. We went from spiffing up, this is just my impression. We went from spiffing up the upstairs to allow the Smithsonian to come in and do that thing, to this huge grandiose plan about bringing the ballroom back. And I don't have any problem with having a nice ballroom, but let's not confuse feelings with reality here. And the original idea was to have the ballroom ready for the Smithsonian. Now, it sounds like that will eventually be an outgrowth of this, but I can't help but think that the focus has shifted from the Smithsonian, to the ballroom. So to bring the ballroom back, and we're going to have this great thing that we're going to be able to rent it. We're going to make all this money, maybe. And we may not want to have a restaurant. I think that's part of what I heard, because it may impact what we're going to use the ballroom for. Now, that may just be a false impression. Okay. Okay, well, good. But that's why I want to see, so I would encourage you. I can't command you all to do anything. I would just encourage you all. I'll finish up.
We are not saying anything about not having the restaurant. The original restaurant was going to not include the ballroom. It was just the downstairs. The restaurant only needs the downstairs and the kitchen. So we want to have the restaurant. if it benefits the board, and that's why Mr. Baker is here.
Since it's been mentioned, I need to correct something. That is incorrect, and I'll prove that with a document I'll present.
Well, we've had 3 different proposals, so
Ladies and
it's very
gentlemen, Mr.
confusing.
Baker, yeah, hold on a
Where-
second.
where-
Curtis has the floor. Let Curtis finish and Sharon, I'm sorry.
Let's get back on track.
On track is that, yes, we do, and Travis is standing up here saying and understanding that he needed to put, they need to put something together to present to the board to extend between the time, from this time until the rental agreement goes into effect.
Is that what you understood? Not
Yes.
just the road, they're gonna prove their road agreement, you're still gonna
Correct.
provide something with
Correct.
your vision. That's all I'm asking. for.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct.
Correct.
I'm okay with
He did
And-
say he had no problem with that.
And so to go back to what you were saying about money that may or may not come in, there's already been a party for 375. There's a party in June, a party in July, and there were 4 hotel rooms rented, I believe, the night before, all for people that came to the ballroom. So we have already generated money that has never come in.
And that's good, and I hope it continues,
It will.
you can't say that.
I can say that confidently.
The ballroom is already being brought back. It's not bringing
Ballroom
back
has
a
already
year from now. It's
generated more
being
money
used.
than it has in the
It's
last
usable.
decade.
And I hope it continues, but you cannot guarantee that it will continue. You can't know that people are gonna come volunteer or come rent it. I'm glad that they are, and I know that you're trying to take
Come on up,
steps to make
Curtis.
that
Come on up.
happen. Okay.
Curtis, I'm not sure he was finished yet.
Well, I thought I was, because all I'm asking for is some kind of a guardrail, an MOU, contract, whatever you want to call it. In terms of, I think I'm very happy that there's money coming into the fort and that the ballroom is being upgraded. That's not my complaint. There seems to be this idea that now that we've got this going on, it's going to continue into perpetuity. The people that had it before thought it would always continue and fell by the wayside. I just don't want to see this fall by the wayside. You cannot guarantee that this is going to continue. You hope it continues. You're working for it to continue, but I don't think you can guarantee that this will continue because you can't control the spring. And I'm not just saying him, I'm saying this is as an entity, the mindset of the fort, because it's not just Travis.
Yes.
Okay, I'm picking on him. We cannot guarantee that this will continue. That's my opinion. You have a different opinion, that's great, but I think that the board members need to recognize that there is no guarantee in this. The spring quits, we have a fire, people change their minds, whatever. But I think it's great that we're getting it up. I like the looks of the wood floor. It was nice the last time I was in there. All of that I think is good. I'm just asking for guardrails.
And I think, that Travis had said that, and I think one of the big main points that the members need to realize is the Ford has not contributed one penny to any of this. Except,
$400
well,
for the $400 for the roll up. But
Right.
as far as anything else, there's not been, and there's also toilets that will be purchased at some point. So at this point, what you see right now is volunteer effort with money that's gone in and a roll off at $400.
right,
So
I
so,
think also we're paying the electricity.
and the board produce anything that's being spent with of
the-
your members' money.
With no AC, how
the
much electricity we burn?
I would like to know what the electricity costs are for Dickman Hall that most of the circuits don't work.
Well, the lights are on.
Do you know how much
The lights
electricity?
are on.
I'm not arguing it. I'm
Air
arguing,
conditioning,
she
I
said
check my
that
bill.
the Ford has
The
to pay.
summer is higher. I have the lights on
Hang in
20 all
there.
the time. I mean, seriously. This is a next item. This is dragged out way too much. Next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We can't guarantee tomorrow's gonna get here.
Exactly.
Restricted budget.
So I'm working on that. We are going to have some clarification in our executive session on going forward. But I have already started and I've put a lot of together in it. But when I have the clarification that I'm asking for, then I'll be able to finish it up.
I think it's on discussion items 7 and 8, which actually seem like the same item, but that's fine. So we've got two agenda items coming up.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Lundy?
It's been
Here.
as I mentioned before, it looks like they're wrapping up paint. There are a couple of items I had spoken to MK Builders about that I had requested on my inspection last time. I haven't checked. I will follow up after the board meeting today and see if my requests were made or get a status if they're not. So we're close. I'm pretty happy with the work. It's revealed a couple other things that we need to do that we know regarding the rat's nest of wires, and
Yeah.
there's a debate about lights and what color and what style, etc. Little things though, but it's nice to be talking about the little things that make it nice and not talking about the big things because they're done. So
It's looking good.
It
Thank you
is.
very much.
It is.
All right, discussion and possible action items, Las Moras Corp license. Features.
Well, I guess so. Uh, I need the board to let me know if they're going to apply for that license because we have to have that done. Our Creekside is going to expire in May, and if we don't have our principals on there,
So as I recommended in email a bunch of times, we should consult the attorney on how we are using Los Morris Corporation. It's a separate corporation and that's a separate board. No one says it's all of us. No one says that every board member has to be responsible for the liquor license in there. We have not been managing that and adhering to whether the liquor license is being followed here, there, and there, or anywhere. So we need an opinion from a TCABC consultant or an attorney that actually knows how this stuff works, because we've been neglecting this since I've been on board. I've never heard one word about that until people in the membership has been complaining that the registered agent hasn't been updated since Jody Foster was in here, and now you're on there, so.
they didn't, the members didn't complain about that. I caught it. I'm the
Travis,
one
have
that
you been
found it.
complaining about that for like 2 years?
No,
It's minutia. I mean,
How
it's
big?
wrong, but it's been
So-
corrected. So
Go ahead.
I just want to say, I do agree, we should contact a TABC consultant, not just do what the agency tells us, but approach someone who tells us the best way for us to handle it. Maybe consult with our lawyer as well about our corporation management. I think we should consult our experts. So I'm in favor of that.
and so how do we want to execute? Am I supposed to, or does one of the board members want to do this? Because it wasn't
So
completely.
just so that we're all on the same page, because I don't know that all the directors kind of know how this was, board members, and maybe somebody has input. When the association was established in whatever 1972, I think, when the articles of incorporation were established, there were 200 shares, I believe, created with Los Morris Corp. Those 200 shares are in our safe right now, which means we own them. They don't belong to anybody else. Now, why is that important? Because in 1972, the original board was also the original board for the Los Morris Corp. So it has been established, and through organizational meetings, which we probably have been violating some of that in the sense that not just us, but every board prior to us, where we're not establishing or creating an organizational meeting every year to then assign board members they mirror the exact board members that are on this board. That's the way it's always been done. That's the way it was built. That's the way it was organized and arranged from the very beginning. Now, that's not me advocating for the fact that everybody just signs a license and they don't. I did it because if it's been going on for 50 years, I'm comfortable doing that. My wife had a background check. I had a background check, and I'm on the license and I'm ready to go. I'm not going to make a big deal about this because I understand that the 50 years preceding us being requested to be on this license and it being updated by TABC and my conversation with TABC makes me feel comfortable enough to why I just want to go do it. However, I do understand my colleagues being cautious about being on a license. I just don't feel it's a threat to me. So I signed it and I'm going to do it. But I think we will be wasting time, energy. There is no other board. There's not going to be new election of officers. That's all BS. That's not going to happen. It's been done this way for 50 plus years. It's going to stay this way. We're not going to reform Lost Morris Corp and all this other chaos. The opinion, it needs to be simple in the fact that all we do is ask our lawyer, is it okay for us to do we need to put our names in the hat for being on the license, or do all of us have to do it? Do 2 or 3 of us have to do it? TABC told me every officer has to do it. So they are going to look at our board, which is the managing board of Lost Morris Corp, which is we're the umbrella for Lost Morris Corp, and they are going to say every single officer has to do it, mandatory by law. That's what he told me. So we can play the game and waste the time, in my opinion, but I really think we should just sign and go on down the road. But I do understand the cautious nature of.
I mean, when
not doing it.
when was the last time that Lost Morris Corp had a board meeting, had minutes, had anything done to it ever? Like when? Since
They're not, but it is in the corporation.
Here's the crossover to that, Jason. It's that technically speaking, every time we come into this boardroom and we make a decision, do we not make decisions for Lost Morris Corp? So we do have minutes. They're just not compartmentalized as just minutes for Lost Morris Corp. So I agree. There could be, and there probably does need to be some type of meeting once a year where we cut off a little bit and create some separate minutes or whatever. But
Lost Morris Corp was created as a tool for the association to manage the liquor license and whatever else they were considering at that time. I don't think we've been using that tool to the best of its ability, which is why I think we should consult professionals on how to organize and utilize this in the best way in 2026, not 1972.
So I want to chime in. Furthermore, because something was incorporated 55 years ago, 54 years ago, sorry, doesn't mean we shouldn't reevaluate it 54 years later when law hasn't remained the same since 1972 to 2025, certainly regarding TABC. And we should evaluate where we are. I'm not saying we should reform the corporation, et cetera. I'm just saying maybe since we're having to renew our license and sign up for it, that we should be cautious and ask. And no, I don't want to stretch this out. If the lawyer says, hey, you're great, good to go, fine. Then that's fine, but it shouldn't just be, oh, just sign the dotted line here, because in addition to just presenting caution for reason of caution, I can't say that I have any information on how it's being managed, handled, where what is being moved, reported as a board member. And if I'm going to put my name on a document saying I'm responsible for it, to the effect that I can go to jail if it's violated, that I'm going to exercise caution for myself. And I'll pass. I'm not afraid of a background check, please. Great, I'll take a drug test right now.
well,
I can't. This is a catch-22 because I have to be crazy to be here also at the same time, or on drugs. So if I'm not on drugs,
you will be. So then I won't make a motion, but we can formulate a motion. I agree with that we just,
Yeah, hold on, before you go.
I'm not going to make a motion.
Okay.
I'm just saying that we can formulate a motion that includes our lawyer looking at, what steps do we need to take in order to feel comfortable signing the Lost Morris liquor license.
Yeah, because there was only 2 people that were on as principals, and it was Sandy Hagan and the other gentleman. I don't know who he was.
Foster?
No, Chelsea or
I don't know. I would like to see that, as we have approached the attorney before, that we kind of get together and formulate some questions for him to help him solve our problem. And then we all agree on what we send to him before we burn up a member's money asking him questions. I think as a board and Charlene, we should all think about what do we specifically want to get answered from him, and then agree to that and then send it to him as soon as possible.
And I agree, it'd probably be best this coming week that we formulate, maybe we can formulate some today. So that when we have a new board April 1st, the new board will be then responsible.
And the gentleman, whatever, I can't remember his name,
Salmon.
yeah, so that he did say that he understood that some of this could be, complex, and he said that he was willing to grant an extension as long as we communicated that with him.
That'd be wonderful.
I know
Yes,
all the,
I already
all
know.
the information I looked at, the only people that I saw that were required to sign for that license was the president, vice president, and secretary.
But, and that's because, that's because under law, any corporation has to have at least 3 officers. So,
That's all we need clarified, I think.
And I think you're gonna run into a bit of an issue here, and I understand the concept of how Los Morris was put together then and why it was done. As Aaron mentioned, the law has changed, and so not everyone can be on a liquor license. There are certain things that preclude you from being on a liquor license. There is nothing that precludes you from being on the board of the association except for a felony of moral turpitude. Those 2 standards are different. And that's what needs to be asked of the attorneys. How do we do this? Not can we should do what we're doing. We absolutely should do what we're doing. How do we state it properly that you can be on the board? Because in Texas, all you have to do is be a property owner that doesn't have a felony of moral turpitude to be on this board. That does not make you eligible for a liquor license as an officer. So that's kind of where it kind of goes together. You also need to ask about commingling funds. Right now, we have pierced the corporate veil. That's the term.
yeah. But that's been going on
For a long time. Yeah,
and it's so convoluted.
It's so complicated. I agree. But while you're asking these questions, now is the time to get this all done. And I have a lot of concern, like Aaron said, around the law changing, because that law has changed as to who can be on the board of an HOA. Right? That has changed, and the TABC laws have changed since 1972. So we need to come up with a way through advice of either a consultant or an attorney of how do we structure this properly. It is the right structure. We should have this structure. We just need to do it the right way. And it sounds like you've already talked to him and we can get an extension so we have time to do it. But there are a lot of questions to ask here.
Thank you. The next item,
We need a motion to carry on with our businesses.
Oh, yeah, I motion that we formulate questions to send to and inquire with our lawyer and potentially TBC consultant.
I'll say.
all those in favor? And we're gonna ask Charlene to take care of it, right?
We're gonna
We're gonna formulate the
Okay.
questions.
Next item, firehouse roof repair. I requested this on the agenda because I'd like to start attempting to get the bids to have that roof repair before the whole place, I'm exaggerating a little bit, before the whole place collapses. Yes, it hasn't rained a whole lot, but if anybody's been in the firehouse lately, Mr. Wars has done an outstanding job cleaning it up. He's pointed out all the weak areas to me from the bottom. I know Mr. Director Mendiaz has been on the roof. You were on the roof last month, right?
Yep.
I've been inside and
And,
out.
he mentioned some great ideas and concerns. And I'm not sure we can afford it. I hope we can afford it, but we can't let the building go south. So I'd like to get some bids, hopefully to start with the potential idea of getting that thing fixed.
Yeah.
And we still haven't moved the fire truck, so it's riding out in the open out there instead of being inside, but.
It
that's
is
another
over
part.
covered.
Covered.
Okay.
It's fine. It's
Yeah, it's covered and moved back, so it'll be fine. But Mr. Mendiaz did give us an RFP, which I can now use now to get multiple bids from around the area, just to see where we're at. But our insurance is not gonna cover it. I already talked to them,
Okay.
because they will only cover it if there's been damage from hailstorm, but not And it apparently was not done in 2016 when we had the hailstorm.
It was just used for storage at the time, probably.
Yeah,
Um, I regret I didn't look at the RFP, but my understanding based on what we talked about last time, is the whole issue is to have some more water flow up the top, correct? Yeah.
So in a nutshell, the RFP, in addition to the roof, multiple types of membranes mentioned as acceptable, including a metal option, which might be more, but would be hail proof. The cause is the inadequate size and or quantity of scuppers. So that's, I mean, there are two scuppers that have been tarred over a number of times and have a hole.
Scuppers are,
A scupper is a penetration through a parapet wall to allow water to exit.
okay.
So like where a downspout comes off
Yes.
the building. So it's a spout through a wall, because the whole upper wall is a parapet concrete wall. Question is if it's reinforced with steel. Some are not here, but anyway, there are two tiny scuppers. I have the same amount of scuppers on my property, which is 1/6 the size of the roof. And those were inadequate for my property, so that it clearly ponds up there. And when you get ponding on a roof, gravity brings water through the membrane and we get the rot. However, as I mentioned last time, a roof repair, even with a warranty, that could easily be voided when the structure below it, if it's rotten, breaks that roof membrane, in which case the warranty it's a non-guarantee. So the new RFP stipulates the removal of rotten roof and structural repair as necessary. So it's patch and repair in that regard. It's more of a repair than the previous bid that was sent, but it also require a warranty on the rotten structural repair as well as the roof. We could have an idea in the email. We could have an idea on what that is through a simple visual inspection from the underside to see the state of the deck and the structural members underneath it. That costs nothing. I mean, if I got the ceiling were removed a little bit, I could get up there, take a look, and have an idea. But that is what the RFP states. It's part of the scope is that they need to inspect that so that any warranty they promise, which the RFP also stipulates a 5 to 10 year warranty minimum on the work. So that's in a nutshell what it says. I'd say it's ready to go for their blank, taking up their blank spots and dates and stuff. Although I do want to mention this, and I said this in the email. This is an architectural shell building, so real like the motel, because it's in the historic district. Preservation should be spearheading, like gathering the information for us, presenting it to us. So I actually sent it to preservation and copied everyone else on it. And I've talked about that, so you don't really have to do
Okay.
anything.
So they'll be getting the bids.
Yeah.
Requesting bids on the repair side.
Right.
They'll be kind of spearheading it.
Yeah, and actually, since we're talking about the bids, because I've certainly talked to members about bids and projects here. We don't have a formal bid process here. We send it out to as many people, however they're selected. We receive whatever bids we get. I'm not opposed to this being announced publicly, to this, being sent to anyone recommending contractors for the job. The more the merrier, like, so we can see what we're getting. Some of, I could say that the metal roof, I'd say specs, but it's loosely defined, but it's a very specific type. It's not corrugated roof, that will not work. Only a certain type of interlocking system will work. So there'll be a number of roofers that can do that. But I would say they should be doing it. However, if we want to make a public announcement, open for bid, please contact so and so. I think that's advisable because I have certainly had member feedback on bids, on the questioning how they released and did we get enough, et cetera. But again, we don't have formal protocol, and we're also, just to be clear, some people are mentioning bids and talking about government standards for bids, but we are a private entity.
Yeah.
So just to be clear. That's it for me.
I would like to say on the master's condos,
It's on.
we've had big hail damage and they've patched the roof. And this last year, we had to go back with the metal roof. We decided to bite the bullet and put the metal roof and put a slant on it so it would drain properly. And that's probably something we really need to look at because every year we would have damage on that roof before we put the metal roof up. Plus it lowered our insurance with that metal roof. So I think, looking in that direction is a good idea.
So I do have a metal roof specific, like to keep the historic look of the building, which unfortunately the parapet wall stepped, the roof slope is currently about a half inch per 12 foot. I drew this so that the maximum slope we can get without exceeding the height of the parapet wall at the front is about 2/3 of an inch. And there's only one type of double interlocking metal roof system that could meet those requirements. However, the reality is a well-installed version of that roof system will easily last 50 years.
Mhm.
So
What is there a future in getting this building plaqued a historical?
So the I mean, I love the preservation committee first. Let me say that before I then say my next sentence. The
I think I'm the only one here.
as you may know, the preservation committee is tasked with plaquing one building per year. When we have not been able to do that, I would say ultimately our goal for all of our historic structures is to get them plaqued. Hence the stated goal of one plaque per year, which is a lot to do. And I think the firehouse and the fire truck is a really nice opportunity to have, something at the level of our museum together. Now, is it a revenue generating structure? No. Will it be? No. But
That's not true.
okay,
What is the revenue?
Let him finish.
is it a high revenue generating structure? No. So yes, we are, it is generating revenue now in a way that it was not previously. And anyway, it makes some money, but like the cost of the repairs it would take a while to catch up to. But this kind of documentation also, we haven't pursued this yet with the motel, but when I put these documents together, the RFPs, the drawings, etc., it's also in hopes that this information could be used in applications for grant money, for repairs, for tax reductions.
What I was getting at, can a metal roof pass inspection for a historical?
It's around.
When you can't see it, it absolutely can. And my proposed, the roof system would remain below the parapet wall.
It's the top side of the roof where you wouldn't see it anyway.
I thought that.
Yeah,
The barn's in the same boat. We're trying to get to a point where we can get a plaque, but that's gonna take a couple
The
years.
barn is much closer. than the
Oh,
firehouse.
boy, good to know.
My question would be, and to quote Mr. Guzman, not one dime, not one nickel, not one penny will be spent on Dickman to bring the Smithsonian. But now we are talking about repairing a roof on a structure that is an asset to the association. But I would ask, what is the rental income for that structure for a year?
What? No.
Isn't it $100 a month?
$100 a month, so $1,200 a year.
And how about the utilities?
I don't know yet. I have to look.
But
You don't
just
know,
started
you don't know whether he's paying the utilities or the porch paying the utilities?
Right. It was based on if the utilities were more than $100, he would pay the difference.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay.
so the board is generating $1,200, and we're
The first
talking
time.
about a repair that's going to cost what for the membership?
Well, the only way the porch generating anything if the utility's less than 100. And if it is over 100, we're still not generating anything because RGC wants it.
So
Whoever wants it.
1,200 max.
If the utilities were zero.
Right. So what is the estimated cost of this repair?
We don't have bids yet.
We're looking into it.
but.
Give me a general cost.
$50,000.
$50,000.
$50,000?
Don't get excited, Travis.
No, the point is well received. However, this is the only caveat I have to say about this. There's a simple phrase. No roof, no house. The further you let this go, the more the entire thing. will go.
Agreed. I just want it to be stated. No one in this room has heard the number $50,000. Has anyone heard that?
Yes. I guess
You heard that.
That was 2 meetings ago. We're meeting in
I
Philadelphia.
mean, I know
Matter of
that
fact,
was 50 grand for a motel deck. How much is a roof of a firehouse?
I-
Like,
Okay, well, I
for
would
real.
like us to reconsider our priorities.
I think we can do better. Let's put it that way. And we don't know. And there's a number of things we can do, including increasing the scupper size and doing another terrible patch. But that would alleviate the problem in the short term. I understand priorities, like as far as our primary structure. I mean, clearly this plays out with the Staples naturally. We've been pumping money into. But just looking at it, I mean, it's a shame that it hasn't been reported sooner that there's a leak. It's clearly this leak has been going on for a long amount of time. And clearly patches have been applied that have not been reported to the board, which is unfortunate.
No, agreed. I've looked at it. I mean, I see the situation. I understand the urgency of getting it fixed and preserving the building, and I agree with you. But what is the potential for this building versus the motel or the commissary or other buildings?
Substantially less, period.
I'd just like to clarify that we're not comparing apples to apples here. Because you're talking about it, if preservation came to us or Aaron, whoever, and said, hey, the roof is collapsing at Dickman and it's gonna cause irreparable damage, then we would be having the same conversation about Dickman.
Well, I'm glad that we're going to have that conversation because there is a leak in the roof in Dickman. And so it is around the AC unit. So I'm glad we're having this conversation now. So yes, there is a leak. And we've made it so that it will not cause any more damage until we can find a suitable repair, which will not be $50,000.
Can I go look
Well-
at this today? Is there any chance?
Yeah, absolutely. We can go look at it right now. You can see it from the floor.
Last month, we had asked Mr. Pettis just to give us an idea of the job that he would do here. Mr. Pettis from Pettis Roofing. And the estimate he gave Char last month was around $20,000. Aaron pointed out some things that it's not gonna be a good job. So right now, it's all in the embryo stages regarding the firehouse. And talking to John West this week, when the last 2 rains we had, which was during Fort Clark days, around that time, he collected over an inch of water in the trash cans because he positioned the trash cans there to catch the water, and he would know how much water was coming in. It was over an inch or a little over an inch. So water is not dripping in, it's pouring in. That's where the situation is on the roof. Now, since Mr. Huey tried to call me out, he said that I wouldn't spend any money on Dickman Hall. That is incorrect. We've already spent $450 on Dickman Hall, and I proved that. So you're incorrect.
My statement was incorrect or
Yes.
the amount you spent is
No.
incorrect?
Your statement regarding that me when not wanting to spend, I've already agreed to spend $400.
You said you did not agree. That was under the GM spending limit. So you had nothing to do with that decision.
No.
You said not a.
We agreed
not a
it.
nickel, not
I
a
was
penny
told
was
her that.
spent.
Thank you very much. You're wrong. Sit down.
You have stated that in open session many times that you would not put a penny towards Dickman Hall. Like,
You have said that multiple
just like you
times.
stated many times, you'd never raise the assessments. So we've heard a lot.
So you can sit there and say that, but we have it on record. It's on video, and you can ask me to leave what you're about to do, and
No.
that's fine.
No, you.
But you have said that. You have said you will not spend money on this, and simply because of the people who are involved. That is the truth.
That is incorrect.
The record will reflect differently.
Anything else on the firehouse roof? Fort Clark,
I looked at the RFP, Aaron, while we were sitting there talking. Let's get it out.
Well, preservation's doing it.
Okay.
Fort Clark, budget 2027. I put this on the agenda just as a reminder, this, unless people have further information about it, additional information. I had mentioned to Shar that it'd be a good idea to put it on the agenda this month to mention that, we should try to have the budget completed by August, so we can approve it in August, which then means that we would, have our meeting in July and have a workshop. We're supposed to have a workshop regarding the budget in July, so that hopefully we can approve it in August. Last year, we were kind of scrambling, we had several special meetings, and, so it's just, there's a reminder, hopefully, whoever's doing the agenda next month, that will be reminded up until July.
I do appreciate you putting this on the agenda, and I don't think one budget workshop's gonna cut it. It was 3 months in a row and multiple meetings and all kinds of back and forth just to get the budget that we come out with this year.
Jason, stop trying to make us come to more meetings.
I just wanna I just don't wanna hear that we can't if we choose to raise the assessments, that it can't be done to 2 to 3 months later, throwing money.
Well, I
out
think,
the drain.
I think the thing we have to look at is that unfortunately, in like the last 5-ish years, the budget's really kind of been geocodes, all that stuff's been flipped and changed, and there's been a lot of change, okay? So we have a budget established, everybody on the board is been a part of that budget. And so at the end of the day, the process should not get harder, it should get significantly easier, and we have a GM that's still here. So that process should get easier and easier and easier, and yes, the first time's gonna be painstaking, but at the end of the day, I think the next go around,
It'll be easy,
it's gonna be a lot easier.
a lot easier.
I still think we should have multiple budget meetings and
we-
build up to this and not wait till the month before and expect things to everyone to agree and all the numbers to be in and everything to be hunky dory and then it'd be done in August.
Would you agree that we, by planning now, we can have maybe one in June and July, and the
Absolutely.
whole point is to get it
That's why I said I really appreciate you putting it on there.
it's
so
to
we
be
can
prepared
have
for
this
August,
discussion now.
that we can approve the budget in August, and she can implement if the assessments are, if the assessments are raised, that she has time to get that going by October 1st.
Yeah.
Anything else? Anybody have any questions or concerns regarding that matter? Thank you. Mr. Baker Hughes.
I have a thumb drive, if Adam can put this in. 6 copies, just pass to the board. There's only one folder on there, it's just called the cavalryman, and there's a PowerPoint under there. Could y'all pass this around? I only have 2 copies, and they have to share. I'm gonna take this microphone, my hands don't have to bend down for a few minutes. First of all, thank you all for allowing me the time to talk in open session. I've talked to the board a couple of times in executive session. So they have been given several months ago a binder it's a very lengthy thing, obviously, the contract is. And that involves 2 primary pieces. One is the actual lease proposal, which is sort of an operating agreement, who does what, who gets what money. And then there's also a proposed updates to Dickman Hall. And that's actually the document that Mr. Kinney was saying. I did send it them last night at their request. But the board has been in possession of those documents for a number of months. There's no real change to those documents. But the process has continued to sort of drag out, get elongated. And so I thought it might be best to sort of present this in open meeting. So it's on the record and everybody, including our Fort Park members, have access to all the information. And then in your comments are certainly welcome. Let me say that there will be no decision made at the conclusion of my discussion here or my presentation, because the way I'm on the agenda is simply, I'm talking about something as a member. And what I'm choosing to talk about is the lease proposal for Dickman Hall. Now, I will probably wait around and be in the executive session following this and see if we can come to terms or close terms for the board to go ahead and sign that lease proposal. And so I am wanting to move forward on this. I want to make
that very clear. There's been a couple of, I guess, fuzzy matters I'd like to try to clear up right away. And that is, there seems to be an idea that at some point I was proposing to rent only the restaurant. And that's why I've given you this little intro sheet. Even though I talked about the restaurant a number of months before the August board meeting, like Ms. Sharp took me on a tour even before I closed on my house. We toured around the fort because I told her I was interested in opening a restaurant here. And a concept restaurant, which includes music and food and a gathering place. And so she toured me around. So we actually began the discussion last spring, probably around March. So it's been about a year since we've been having this discussion, a little over. And I could go back, I could look at the dates of my photographs, because I took extensive photographs when I came to look at the porch before I closed on my house. And then I closed on my house, and I had some repairs to do, and I got settled and unloaded boxes. And so in August is when I actually came before the board in the opening meeting. Some of y'all may have been here. I came during the announcement section, and I just said, this is me, I'm Baker Hughes, this is what I'd like to do. And I handed out to the board the copy of the sheet in front of you. So you'll notice on the very top, it says the Cavalryman Steakhouse and Ballroom. And then a couple of sentences down, it says, to the solution of what the sport park needs. The solution is it needs dining and dancing in a historically curated setting. And so I hope this will make clear my intentions from the very beginning has been to have dining and dancing, and I don't propose dancing downstairs. There's not really a place for dancing downstairs. It's always been my intention, and I've tried to restate this with the board when we've met in executive session. Never has been my intention to rent only the restaurant. And there's a reason for that. I don't believe by itself that the restaurant can bring in enough foot traffic, customer count to make a sustainable business venture. And even though I'm not trying to make a lot of money, I'm retirement age and I have some savings. Also, I'm not trying to get rich, but I also have seen that the key to a successful restaurant is what we call traffic count. And so without having other reasons or other ways to drive traffic count into that restaurant, it's not viable. It's not a viable solution. And I've actually talked to some of the old time members around the community. One gentleman in particular who was part of the Rotary Club, whose name you would know. They've been here for a long time and they own a ranch. I said, when we all met as Rotarians, who served you food? We met upstairs and the restaurant served us breakfast. And I've also asked other people, has at any time the restaurant and ballroom operated as two separate entities? And to mine, everybody I've talked to, the answer is no. It's always been deemed or always operated as a single entity. And so you booked through the managers of the restaurant for whatever event. If you wanted food, they serve you food. And so there's no new formula here. It's the same formula. Now we don't have to do something because it's always been done that way. I'm not saying that. I was raised Baptist, but we also came to hate. We've always done it that way, phrased. So I'm not proposing we do it just because it's been done that way, but as a businessman, I'm not offering to do that. I do not want to do that. And that's the reason why is because food is not what excites me. I'm a communicator, and my degree is in communication, speech communication, radio, TV, and film from North Texas State University. And I'm a facilitator. And the reason why I've been able to make it 30 years in IT, and I can speak in boardrooms, or I can speak to individuals, I can talk techniques or legalese, whatever you want, or I can break it down, to very simple concepts to people that don't know technical stuff. And so I facilitate, I'm a facilitator. And what I see needs to be done here is the community needs to be brought together. And so I think there's also a concept that my proposal is in conflict with other things that want to be done here, like the museum on Main Street, the Smithsonian. I love the idea of the Smithsonian. So I think we'll see through the slide set. If we can get it up. Did it work?
Your US,
My USB
I'm
messed up?
attempting, I'm trying to get it to work fine.
All right,
We were
well,
not
look-
aware that we needed PowerPoint to do a presentation, and we
wish you
do
would've
not
given it to
have
me.
a
I wish you
copy
would've
of
given it to
that
me
on the
beforehand.
computer.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I wish you would have gave it to me beforehand.
We don't have the program to show.
Okay, well,
Well, it's having a problem. We'll try it off of the USB drive.
okay. All right. Well, I was doing my talking points at least, and I didn't bring my own laptop. But let's just take a minute right now to catch our breath, okay? I'd like to try to resolve this perception of a conflict. I don't want conflict. I hate conflict. I'll check out before I enter into a conflict or allow myself to be sucked into one. I really don't want that. And so if I were to take a lease, if the board were going to sign a lease, the way this would proceed in my mind, and this has to be negotiated, the way it would proceed would be, I would take over management of the upstairs project. It's well underway. It's pretty much set on how it's going to proceed. We're going to continue to paint the walls. And by the way, I helped paint the walls. I helped prime them. Me and Travis pulled off all the old paneling. And I'm the guy that buffed the floor. Somebody commented about how shiny the floor was. I'm the guy that went to Uvalde, rented the buffer, spent 2 nights up there buffing the floor. I was in the Marine Corps. I know how to buff floors. So, and some guys can't even drive a buffer. We used to have Marines ride on top of the buffer, so we got good shine of it. So I can drive a buffer. So I love the idea of what's taking place up there. I'm not trying to circumvent any of that. What would happen is, in a perfect world, or if the lease is signed and this proceeds the way I think it should, I would take over management of the project. And so none of what's already been done is going to be wasted. What you've actually done is you added sweat equity and material to what you own as a member of the board, which the board is managing. I would accelerate the project. I would buy materials. I would absorb the cost. And then I would recoup my cost through the rental fees. The exact same scenario as Travis Huey and Ms. Sharp have discussed has been going on. The rental fees offset the material cost. And so that would continue. There's no difference here, except we're going to accelerate it. And some of you all know Rick Schaefer, Spec, and Spec has already agreed to be my contractor. And Spec also is the consultant for the Museum on Main Street committee for how they're supposed to be proceeding upstairs. So again, no conflict. It's not a different guy. It's the same guy.
I'm unclear on that, but sorry, go ahead. I don't know if that's accurate.
Okay, I'll try to answer your question in just a minute. And so Spec and I actually went through back in the fall, and we made an exhaustive list of everything we felt needed to be corrected in the building in order for it to be operational. Some of these things, there were a couple of things that were cosmetic, but most of it was purely functional stuff that's got to be fixed. You know, if you ever walk to the kitchen's got to be fixed. There's, as Travis said, there's a leak upstairs. That may entail mold mediation.
That's not accurate.
It may entail. I said,
That is not accurate. There is not mold there.
excuse me, so have you had it tested?
Have you had it tested?
I'm proposing that it needs to be tested.
Is there anything?
Please
to
don't
test?
interrupt me right
Is
now.
there
I have
anything
the
to test?
floor.
No,
Please.
no.
You haven't,
You do have
let
the
him
floor.
finish, let him
You
finish.
cannot say mold in a recorded meeting
Please.
in a property that we all own.
Please. obey the president of the board. Mr. Hughes, please sit down. This is not gonna turn into, this is not gonna be turning into your yelling match. I'm not playing that game.
Maybe we can let the president speak and not two members
For
go
both
at
of
it.
y'all, I'm calling a point of order.
Thank you.
Until you have it tested and you can confidently say that there's mold, then you cannot say
I didn't
mold.
say there was mold. I said there's the possibility of mold that needs to
Well,
be tested.
Until it's been tested and we know what's going on over there, we do not need it on our record and our minutes that there's a possibility of it.
Oh, it's already on the record, man. Whoever's listening knows there's a
Well,
possibility.
of course it is now. But
Anytime.
I'm just saying, the things that you're saying need to have documentation and proof. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Wolf, I'm sure you've been
Baker.
upstairs recently.
Just stay focused.
Okay.
Well, I've had, I've
That's
owned
why
like
this
2
agenda item
restaurants,
should
so
have
I'm
said
probably
more
more
than fake
capable
news
of.
member. It should have said what was gonna be presented and what the topic was, not just a person's name, whether we're gonna get into mold mitigation and all this stuff. I mean, that's not relevant to what we're doing here. We're getting all over the place with this and just please.
That's why I just
continue.
told him to stay focused.
Yes, we need to stay focused. And I owned 2 restaurants, a restaurant and bar, which was a complete build out, another one that was just a restaurant. So I think I have some background on speaking on restaurant ownership.
Yes, ma'am, you do. You don't have any background speaking on my proposal. And my proposal only pertains to the upstairs and downstairs being managed together. Do you mind if I continue?
Certainly.
So as I was saying, Mr. Schaefer and I went through the building and we made an exhaustive list of updates that the building needs. And then we presented that to the board and proposed updates to Dickman Hall. And so we continue with that list. It's not just the upstairs, there's also things downstairs. There are toilets I mentioned upstairs, those need to be replaced. And so that's part of the lease proposal. Does that work in yet? Okay. So I guess where we stand is if there's any questions that the board has, unless we can get this proposal going, I presented you all with all my proposal. You have a binder. So I guess I would ask a couple of questions. Have you read the documents?
I have looked at very numerous versions of this.
I only have one version in the binder.
I don't know how many binders we had, but
You
you
don't have
presented
one.
us with several different versions of this. And we sent one of them to our attorney and we got an opinion back on that. And that's why we're still here dealing with this.
So there's the binder right there. I've only presented one to you.
You presented 3 proposals to us. You came in the beginning, you had a proposal, it was in a binder. And that was the original proposal.
That's true. There's one I gave to you
And
later.
then
I
you
said,
came-
please
and then
replace the previous version with this.
And we
one.
had some problems with that. We came back to you. You came back with a second proposal. We sent that to our attorney
Okay.
to review so that we could come back with amendments on that. And before we did that
Okay.
and got back with you, you came and presented us with a 3rd proposal, which took off the bar and any alcohol and some other things. So there's 3 different times and 3 different proposals. And in this last proposal, you made the comment in your status report that you observed some members or groups within the Fort Clarkson that have vested interest in the usage of Dickman Hall and exert indirect resistance against the retail lease of the space. Put that in your deal, that you feel like the board is resisting your proposal. And we have trying to be in negotiation. We've not agreed with the fact that you want to pay $1 a month lease and that anything that you put into it, if it fails, then you're going to get paid back on lease money. It'll apply to your rent. You've also got in here renewals, which binds the hands of the board for what, 8 years of being able to do anything with your lease, but you have the right and sole right to renew that every year. Your other than the dollar a month rent, you have put in here that you want the ballroom. The ballroom is um, a revenue maker for the fort. And if you're gonna be the sole manager, we have a problem with that because that takes it out of our hands. And we don't have, it's not benefiting our members. We're not getting any income. Right now, we've got donations to fix it up. Everything that you have in your lease, favors you, not the fort. And that's not a problem. It's not that we have vested interest in that we wanna take this away. It would be my motion that restaurants fine if you wanna have a restaurant. We don't have a problem with that. We would love to have a restaurant here. But having complete control over the rental of the ballroom and the bar, your first one on the bar was that you wanted us to serve drinks to your customers and take a percentage. There's a lot of things that we've been in negotiations back and forth over. That's taken a long time because we don't agree to that. And then this last one that you came up with, you said you wanted it to be a family atmosphere with no alcohol at all. So how are you gonna have dancing and venues and have people come to dance and have bands and stuff if you want it to be family with no alcohol? The bar and the ballroom is a revenue producer while you're doing your restaurant or whatever is fine. But we need to look out for the fort and what the fort can come in. We already have people that evidently some past lords, and when they had it, have dropped the ball on the ballroom and Dickman Hall. We have something out and we have an opportunity to bring in thousands of people. Our main thing is not that we have a reason for not approving your lease and not wanting a restaurant, which is what you think. It's that we have to look out for the members and everything that you're asking us to do, the AC, the this, the that, and everything else is gonna have to come out of our budget and our budget which we don't have. And everything that has to be, once we sign this lease, is gonna be back on us to maintain the structure, all the ACs, HVACs, toilets, plumbing, everything else is gonna fall back on us for $1 a month rent. Because I can guarantee you that you're not gonna make any money on a restaurant for 2 years. We've asked you to supply us with just a minimal, if you were going to lease it anywhere else, just a minimum thing of your finances, your investors, where's the money coming from? How are you gonna keep this thing going? I can say back in 2009, I look back in 2009, the directors had this kind of a similar proposal. And that ended up having to file litigation against the person. It cost the fort a lot of money to do that. That's what we're trying to avoid. And as far as I'm concerned, the bar and the ballroom should be taken off the table, period. Because that can make money for us, a lot more than what you're doing with the restaurant. And who knows if you're gonna, stay in business for that long and what happens when you leave. And you wanted to make, in one of the ones you wanted to make changes, Aaron asked you for drawings because we were concerned about load-bearing walls and things like this. And as far as I know, Smithsonian Committee has a facilities manager in Joe Ehrlich that's supervising and helping them to do things right in the ballroom. So I understand that this other person is your construction manager, but our committee here on the fort has a local that lives here that has lots of experience in facilities and he is guiding their direction.
Okay.
And so it's really irresponsible. You're asking us to lease you over 10,000 square feet, the entire building, less the ballroom. I mean, less the bar for $1 a month. We've got, and plus, and plus a percentage of what you make. If you make over 12,000 a month, you'll give us a certain percentage. Nothing in your proposals, 3 of them that we have to look at. One of them, we've actually already spent money to send to our attorney to put amendments in, which is a lot. And I have the letter here that we never sat down and talked about. So I think the members just need to know both sides, that the board has been looking out for the board. And it has taken a while because we don't want to make a mistake.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf, for your input. There's quite a few questions you raised there. I'm not sure I can answer them all in order. The recurring thing you mentioned there, one is that I've given you a couple of different proposals or different versions. That is true, because this has been a negotiation and because I have adjusted what I believe will work. And so if that's an offense to you, I'm not sure I can fix that. I know you're mentioning it to try to undermine my validity or whether I'm legit. And all I can say is please read the current version and let's act upon that. And I've tried to respond to any issues that the Ford's lawyer may have and will continue to do so if I know about them. Hopefully we can just try to answer some of your questions here. Like I said, I'd like for us to try to take a breath and make it a positive thing. So the mission of the Cavalryman's Steakhouse and Ballroom, which is a LLC incorporated in the state of Texas, is connecting people to God, to each other, and their heritage through food, music, activities, and events in a historically rich environment, and to showcase the history and heroes of Fort Clark, the current day talents and contributions of the community, facilitated by the best preserved pearl of Texas military history, Dickman Hall. So the question is, does Fort Clark need a full service restaurant and event venue? Does your family have memories of dining at Dickman Hall or proms at Dickman Hall? And when it was operating, did this add to the sense of community or to your own family time? Do you think music and food would help the motel occupancy or the HOA line, or we might add community line in Kinney County in general? Would you enjoy steaks, seafood, pasta, prime rib, salad, fresh breads, and desserts? Yes, I'm trying to make your salivation glands.
It's close to lunchtime, right?
No, it is.
Thought this was supposed to be not a painful presentation.
You will feature grass-fed beef, organic sides, non-GMO grains, and wild-caught fish. And we will have something for everyone. Not everybody can spend $40 on a plate of steak. So we'll have regular fare, chili and cornbread, blue plate specials, crawfish boils, cornbread, collard greens, beans, seafood night, local fare, fresh baked breads, and desserts. Something for everybody. Imagine waking up and walking down to the lounge, having your coffee, hanging out in the lounge, starting your business day there, catching up with friends on social media or sitting talking together while you each work. Imagine a place to showcase our history. If you think these are good ideas, then come to our aid and make this a reality. So some of you may ask, who is this tall dude? Myself. And I am 6'8", just to let everybody know it's on record now. I came here in 2024 on a health sabbatical. I stayed in the RV park, as many people do, end up buying homes here. I swam in the spring and I learned my doctor, my naturopath actually has a condo in the cavalryman. And so when I sold my house, I decided this was the perfect place for me to come to. So on May 1st, I closed on a house on Colony Road. And since that time, I've continued to be, made myself part of the community, July 4th parade. Some of these slides taking them to load. Volunteering. Oh, I know what's happening there. Put some Marine Corps shine on the ballroom floor. I brought other wellness patients into Fort Clark, staying in my home. Provided water for the water summit. Was a volunteer DJ at the Christmas Bazaar. In the Christmas parade, sponsored the New Year's Eve band and the food. Band did a great job, by the way. Got lots of, and looking for love in all the wrong places. That's from Lane Tree, if you can't tell. Judge Roy Bean is So from a youth, I was raised in food service, and I learned from the best. My mom was Janie Hughes. She became president of the New Mexico Restaurant Association. Little old tin type on the left there. That's my mother, my two sisters on the left, myself, and undisclosed past girlfriend on my shoulder. Our restaurant was voted #1 in the Southwest region by regional managers. And we also made, after several years, about 7 years of operation, we entered the $500,000 club. That was when $500,000 was a lot of money. In the last few years, I've acquired an industrial kitchen, already owned restaurant equipment. Other work experience, 30 years in IT as a solutions architect. I currently work for Neiman Marcus / Saks Global. You don't like to slash so much, but hopefully it'll work out. Master Electronics, Corporate Express. I also worked 8 years in public safety, the Louisville Police and Fire. I've been a police chaplain. I did 5 years in radio broadcasting. I have a Bachelor of Arts from North Texas State. So all that to say that I don't have to do this. I want to do it because I love the place, because I think it needs to be done. I could take this money and go buy myself a trike. I'm looking at the Harley Tri-Glide. And so there's other things I could be doing with my life. I still have a full-time job. But I just wanted to bring this before you, and I'm open to any comments and hopefully other concerns that Ms. Wolf has. We can work those out in executive session. Are there any comments anybody else wants to make? Will the board entertain comments from the floor?
I'd like to say a few things. Thank you. Trying to figure out where to start. So we're all working with complete transparency. The entire board had reservations against the first proposal that was presented by Mr. Hughes. My two were how we established a fair market value of the improvements. And the second was that the tenant doesn't try to reveal an invoice if they decide to end the contract early. So what that means is that if he does $40,000 of work to Dickman Hall, and due to an act of God or bad management, whatever the case may be, he fails after 6 months, that $40,000 invoice doesn't get revealed, put back on us, right? That the membership doesn't have to pay for it. He has since revised the contract, which is why we've had multiple renditions of the contract trying to accommodate our concerns. That's been removed from the contract. So just to be clear to the membership, if he put $100,000 or $50,000, whatever, it doesn't matter what the number is, at the end of whatever the period of rental is, if there is a debt to be paid, that debt will not be owed. And I think that's really important because there is not any risk for the membership currently. The risk for the membership would be outside of the contract. The only risk to the membership would be, what do we have to go in and fix air conditioners or some other MEP that needs to be done that would be out of the scope of the contract. Now, this would be a normal thing for a landlord to take care of. This is not abnormal. And to be crystal clear, and we all knew this would happen, that by the Smithsonian coming into Dickman Hall, we could, as Mr. Guzman's been drug out today, don't want to spend a dollar, a dime, a nickel, whatever. At the end of the day, if there had been a proposal for the AC to be fixed, and even if that proposal comes in the next meeting, I'll assure you that the board is going to pass that because we are. And to be honest, I mean, I was skeptical of this in the beginning, and I'm sure other people were, but to date, more than 10,000 has been raised. Good job, Travis. That's awesome. But I would also say that we have a right to be cautious. Okay, that's our job. Now, I want to point out a few things here. I'm going to read a quote from one of my colleagues in the last meeting. I just think this is great that we are starting to use this building again. Someone made the right decision 15 to 20 years ago, whenever it was, to just shut the door and leave what was done. It's unusable. It's usable. People want to rent it. Had it been maintained halfway decent over the years, we wouldn't be saying, I don't want to put a penny into this. We wouldn't be saying, we don't want to put a dollar into one of the most rentable venues. That can be used in the future moving forward. Our attitudes need to shift. This could be a very nice venue. It's amazing up there. I'm just dumbfounded as to why it sat there that long, and I'm very glad it's moving now. So does that only apply to the upstairs at Dickman, or does that apply to all at Dickman? Because we have a member here, a God-fearing man that is willing to invest his money and time at no cost to us to start a restaurant, which I think if you took a poll would probably exceed 90%. Now, I'll admit, and I've spoken to Mr. Hughes about this in executive session. He won't mind me revealing this, but we do have some logistical concerns that have to be coordinated and met. And I think those concerns are had by every single board member and people in the audience. And that is the ballroom. And I don't know what the solution for that is. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel to get it done. But my idea would maybe be like a standard lead time, a minimum standard lead time, so that wires didn't get crossed between the association renting the ballroom and not hinder Mr. Hughes being able to rent the ballroom. Maybe a first right of refusal. There can be something to where the association is able to retain the right to rent it out for requested events, to where he can also operate the restaurant beyond the Smithsonian. He can also rent the ballroom in order for what he needs to use it for. And I don't know how that all works out, but the intent of what is going on here is to provide a restaurant for the association. And, Sharon brought up a $1 a month lease. Well, that's misleading. Yeah, that's the way it is. Aaron, in our last meeting, you brought up that this is an unusual contract, and you're right. But I'll ask everybody in the audience and all my fellow board members, if you had a building that was just sitting out there, falling apart, decaying, whatever, it needed work. Let's just say it needs work. And somebody comes to you and they say, I want to rent that building. Do you just open your wallet and fix the building so it can be rented? If they propose to you that I will fix it up, no, you go, hell yeah, fix it up for me. And then you can rent it from me and give me a credit and we'll work it out through a contract. Now, how does the fort win? And I think Sharon hit on a few things that she perceives that we lose, but let me tell you how we win. The Smithsonian's going to last for a few weeks. How long, Travis? 2 weeks? 2 weeks? 3 weeks?
6 weeks.
6 weeks? Okay. It's going to last for 6 weeks. What happens then? A restaurant will get people to come in here for maybe the next 2 years. So our odds of making money, not from the restaurant, but our odds for making, I am extremely optimistic that people come to the Smithsonian, 5,000 people. I mean, the more the merrier, because the more people we get in the gate, the more likely they are to buy a lot, a membership, a chart, whatever, right? FRM, know about our great facilities, our great pool, our golf course, our RV park. That's how we win with the Smithsonian, by getting people here. And I think anybody in their right mind would agree with that. But it's only going to be a 6-week window. And it's amazing that it's coming here. But this is the exact same scenario, the exact same building, only a longer duration of time. And it would be his burden, Mr. Hughes's burden. I believe in his proposal, it states that he will be advertising both ways on Highway 90. Is that correct? That's going to happen. We'll just say a minimum of 2 years. How is that bad for us? I mean, if people come by here and they're like, "Oh, there's a steak dinner over there," I'm going to pull in. I just thought this was, like a military compound, whatever everybody says, like insane asylum. I think.
Almost.
But it gets people in our gate, and I know that there's people on both sides of this fence, but I'm sorry, folks, if we don't get people in this gate, how do we expect to generate revenue? We're so limited. Okay, so the easiest way for us to generate revenue in this association is for people to purchase properties here and want to be a part of this place. And more often than not, that happened with an RV park tenant right here. It happens quite a bit every year. Everybody in here probably knows somebody. There's a way more positive for this restaurant coming here than negative. And we do need to iron out a few things with the ballroom, but that can be figured out. Once again, this has been done multiple times in the past. And I think wasn't expecting a presentation. I didn't really know what to expect, but I think Mr. Hughes just did a pretty good job of illustrating that he's been trying to become a part of an integrated member of this community. And we need to acknowledge that and quit beating this man down, and let's get this deal done and figure out how to get this restaurant up and going. And it may very well come at some cost to us to fix some MEP. It's certainly possible, but there is a pathway forward to do this. It has been done for many, many years in the past. And I think people want this just as bad as they want the ballroom to succeed. And I'd be very proud to have both of them working. So thank you all, and I look forward to this.
The thing is that, yes, we've heard $1 a month, but then there's potential revenue on net profits. There's no profits, and we got nothing. We can lose control of the building for 8 years for $1 a month, and if he never turns any money profit, then we have no control over what happens in that building. Honestly, as the lease is written, he doesn't even have to have the restaurant or ballroom open. He just has the lease that's renewable by him every 2 years for any reason he wants, or he can go out. Yet there's no reason that the board could come out, and there's no like, oh, you didn't pay the rent, so your lease is over, like a normal bar. Like that's not that just gives control with no guarantee of anything happening.
But that's Jason. It's just as likely for Elon Musk to adopt you as his son. I mean, you're talking about
as what's unlikely, because every restaurant that's been done in here has failed miserably, and most ended in litigation. So over the years,
most that is not accurate.
No.
No, most it's not accurate. But what you're saying is that you're saying that the risk, you just said, where do we win? We win by getting people in the gate. That's where we win. Are we going to make money on the restaurant? Probably not.
Previously, he said that the restaurant wasn't even going to be open all the time. It was only going to be open when he had planned dinners and stuff. It's not going to be like Julie's where you can go in there and count on having food there.
What he said in executive session, what he said to clarify, was that in the beginning, he wanted to sell tickets so that he could prepare the right amount of food to establish how he thought it would run. And then from there, start to branch out as a soft opening way of not just going out and buying $20,000 in inventory and then blowing that inventory and having less rate of success because only 20 people show up. Am I correct? And that's what you had said.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. So there is no major risk for us here other than to have to be able to fix things that might break, which any landlord or tenant would do. At the end of the day, our win is that we get people to come into our gate. And if you believe that this man right here, that was a chaplain for 8 years and has God printed all over his vehicle, is going to somehow hold the hotel or the
John,
Dickman Hall ransom for 8 years and not have it open. That's pure
I
crazy.
respect your views on religion and whatnot, but this isn't about religion. And many things have been done in the name of God, including murder, genocide, and slavery, and all manner of things. So, you know, that's not part of this discussion, is it? Because we want to know, is it good for the port? Are we going to make
What I'm saying
money
is,
on that?
in business, you have to have some faith, and I believe in the character of somebody that has already proven they've integrated themselves well into this community. And at some point, you have to have faith that you get a good contract that weighs out good for us, and you move forward. Do you have every question answered? How could you?
Hopefully we'll have a contract that we all agree to, if we even go that far. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to try to give Mr. Long some of the thought behind my idea of no set lease amount. And as he has aptly stated, every restaurant that's tried to function there has failed. And that's because you have a demographic here that has a huge ebb and flow, right? You have gaps. That's why these restaurants in town have times a day. You couldn't buy a Subway sandwich yesterday. Did they close? They couldn't, they didn't have help. And then other restaurants had to cut back their hours because of help. And so I'll face the same problems. I'm not saying I have a magic wand. I don't. But what I am saying is, if you have a set lease amount, you are guaranteed you're probably going to fail, because that's a bar that you got to meet every month out of the gate that probably can't be done. Some season. Sometimes it may work perfectly, but I just don't think that works in this setting. And that's why what I'm proposing is, if I make money, the fort makes money. If the fort brings people in, I have more people coming through my door. It's a symbiotic relationship. A rising tide raises all boats. And so as the first year, I think it's in the second year, is when we begin to retire the expenses that were incurred by bringing Dickman up to speed. And then each year we increase the percentage of sharing the net profit by 10%, so that it caps at the present negotiation or proposal at 30%. So I get 70% of the profit goes to me, 30% of the profit goes to the board. Now, there's another thing that Mr. Wiley raised as far as sharing the booking. I'm fine with that. You know, Char, if she has an event manager or you know, somebody wants to come on board as a commissioned economic development person, and they want to, you know, we can work together. You take some dates, I'll take some dates. Maybe it's a day of the week. You know, let's book some family reunions up there Saturday morning. Perfect time for family reunions. And all that goes straight to the Fort Clark Springs. Don't have a problem with that at all. Right? I'll probably get some foot traffic from that. All that money goes to the board. And so those things can be worked out. That's part of the negotiation. Yes, sir.
Are we good right now? Are we good now? Travis, do you have a question? Let's just try to wrap it up.
No. I do have some questions.
Okay.
And let me start out with that. I'm in full support of the restaurant here. I'm in full support of what you're trying to do and in the way that it's going to benefit this community. There's no doubt about that.
Mr.
I don't need it. I can speak.
Oh, wait, it's for TV land.
So I'll restate it for TV land. I'm in full support of what you're trying to do. The questions come around what have we been doing and how are we going to move forward? We have a monumental task accounting for our own funds. Okay. I'm a part of that. It's been a problem. We know that. You've stated this many, many times. P&Ls need to come out, and we've had issues producing it. Now we're asking ourselves, can we monitor someone else's P&L so that we know that we're getting the profit? And that's not about monitoring you, Baker Hughes. That's about monitoring a business partner, not Baker Hughes. This has nothing to do with the man standing in front of you. It is a business relationship. So we have problems doing our own accounting, yet we're going to facilitate checking someone else's accounting to make sure that we get paid. You see the uphill battle here?
I don't.
It's a great point, Travis. And we've all talked about that with Mr. Hughes, but it doesn't adds up to a hill of beans. We can't, even if exceeding $12,000, and then we go, say he makes 20,000 in 1 month, and we're at the 10% threshold, that's $800.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, we're not talking about enough money to change the life of the association as we know it, other than the opportunity to get people in the gate.
And I'm all for that. And so let's go to my second question. So we have gone on this Smithsonian project to raise funds and revamp the ballroom. Okay. Mr. Hughes, you have it placed in your agreement that all of the money that you put in would be paid back to you over time through that.
Yeah.
What about the donors that have put in the money that the association will not have to put in to revamp the ballroom? Are they going to be paid back too? Or has their money just been donated for what they thought was going to be a venue that could be rented by members and benefit the association? So where do we get their money back to them? I mean, we have $10,000 sitting on the plate, and some of those people are in this room, and they didn't. No, I'm asking you: is there a way, a mechanism that money can be repaid to those people because their money is no different than the money that the association puts in?
Good. Good question. Thank you for the question. And I thank you for the clarity and the civil exchange. Did they give that money with expectation of being reimbursed?
Absolutely not. They gave
Okay.
the money in the expectation of the association being
Right.
able to use it and
Right.
benefit, which benefits them.
Right. And they still can. They still can. They still own that building. The Four Clark Springs will still own the building. I'm not going to own the building. And so they've added to the infrastructure and the preservation of that gym. So I don't see where they're losing money. They still write it off if they gave it to the 501c3. And so, yeah, the $800 or so that I've spent or more on material costs, you can do hardware somewhere. Yeah, I'll probably present those receipts later at some point. Is that a problem?
You can present how the funds that
Okay.
you've given. That's not a problem at all. I'm not worried about that.
All right.
What I'm worried about is that the people that have donated money under the auspice of revamping the ballroom for the association's use so you want to recoup your funds that you're going to put in.
Yeah.
To revamp the ballroom,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's our conversation here, right? It's like you're here to revitalize the restaurant, agreed with, and to make it happen, and you want to get your funds back. Are they going to get they're investing? You're going to invest. What's different than your money than their money?
Good for the goose, it's good for the gander. If it was going to cost $30,000 to revamp the ballroom, and the membership came in and used the ballroom, or did all the volunteers did all that work, because if it's 10,000, we'll say there's 20,000 in labor, just hypothetically, so there's 30,000 in work. Well, the benefit to that is that we're never going to receive an invoice for that, because it won't be able to be applied to the contract amount of the repairs that are needed for the contract. It would just apply to Dickman Hall essentially, because or extremely minimal to the ballroom. So it's everything that the volunteers have done would not be wasted, and I would never be for the membership not being able to use the ballroom. So everybody's worked very hard.
And this is new that I've heard. The first time I've heard that.
I just said that.
When you said it earlier, that's the first time that I've heard that the association would still be able to lease that. So that's
there has to be a partnership. And in the beginning, it may not have had to have been that way. Back in, we received our first transaction in August 27th, right? That was our first kind of proposal we got. Y'all hadn't started doing work yet. So the beginning of that was, okay, well, the ballroom as ballroom. But now that members have invested so much of their money and time, we can't strip that away now. There has to be a partnership because the membership's invested so much of their time and money. 100% agree. I've told that to Mr. Hughes. Sorry, there has to be some kind of partnership. And how that all works out, I don't know. But nobody's rights need to be restricted. And like I just stated, a minimum standard lead time. There needs to be some establishment of time where a member or our staff can reasonably rent it. And Mr. Hughes has a reasonable amount of control as well to be able to rent it for his stuff.
Sure.
And then we figure out how that all works together. I don't know how that works, but no, for the people who have donated a lot of money and Mrs. Stevenson right here that's done so much work, we don't need to gobble that up and say, hey, thank you. We're going to give it over here. No.
I just gotta make sure I don't get clubbed when I walk out of here, right? I mean, because there's some people that I've talked to about like, this is how we're doing it and this is what we're doing it for. And so like, I'd like to be able to walk, for the rest of my life. So,
something I propose is like, maybe because Mr. Hughes is down there and puts more eyes on the ballroom, maybe he gets a preferred rate of rental, right? He doesn't pay the $375, he pays $150. And he gets, there's a standard lead time that we all have to manage.
Yes, a preferred rate. And so I will go back to what Sharon was talking about, the 2009 litigation. The problem, and it was a much bigger problem than what we've actually talked about, because it was not only Dickman, it was a lease on Duck Inn and the golf course. So this entity had control of every facility that we had for Diamond. And the problem was that they decided to not function. They decided to not do this, right? So I would ask as a member that if you're going to approve something for a restaurant, that there's some stipulation of operating hours. The Smithsonian we have a requirement to be open a certain amount of hours a week while it's here during the 6 weeks. That is our commitment to doing that for them to bring it here. I would ask that there's the same in what you're doing, because that's where we failed last time. That is one of the things that we failed on, is that we didn't require it to be open and functioning.
So what I'm hearing you say, we need to put some kind of non-performance clause.
Correct.
In there that basically just states that, the minimum requirement is 20 hours a week, whatever, right? Just hypothetically.
Yeah, over a 3-month, 90-day period, you must average 20 hours a week or whatever, we're not trying to make this too difficult for you to operate and facilitate, family emergencies and staffing and all of that. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to protect the association in general to say, like, if you're not performing, we got to move on. Right?
Understood. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're 55 minutes into this topic. I'll take one more question. Curtis, did you have a question? So we can, Mr. Baker, we're gonna, we agree now,
As a comment,
I gotta give the membership a chance to say something.
Ms. McNew has a question on.
Okay, so I think all the discussion is good, and I think that we need to, I want to kind of know what's going on, but we have to rely on the fact that the board is going to make sure that they make a good deal with a restaurateur, whether it's the tall guy sitting behind me. You're almost as tall as I am sitting down. Not mean to pick on you, Baker. The other comment I've had is I've heard a lot of different talk about, well, we're still having problems with P&Ls and codes, or P&Ns. P&Ls, okay, codes and all that kind of stuff. Okay. We used to have an organization that did all that for us. It's called Triumvir, and I would seriously encourage the board to look at bringing them back. They understood we were a unicorn. They understood and had helped a lot with the structure. Now, some of that may have been changed because we moved on, but that would just be a suggestion from a Fort member. That's all.
Thank you. Ms. McNew?
Just one moment.
Oh.
It was asked to,
Thank you. Okay, so I just, going back to the point about the donations, and the recouping the investment, we still, we are kind of launching a sort of specific campaign to fund the 3-year contract for the elevator. But what I'm hearing is that Mr. Hughes is going to pay for and do all of these repairs and then recoup those costs. So should we stop and, refund what's been given, or ask what those donors, would like to do moving forward? Should we stop all work and let Mr. Hughes take over. I mean, because I think that, you know, if he's going to do the work and recoup those costs, then we need to, we kind of need to know what that is going to be pretty quickly so that we don't get too far down the road with lots of donors and volunteer hours, without clear understanding of what that is going towards.
Could I take the question separately?
There's questions that are.
Yeah.
We don't have time for.
Yeah, no, we're
25
already up for an
questions.
hour.
We're way over them.
Yeah.
Just regarding the elevator, in the previous executive session, it was agreed in principle that the board's responsible for the elevator.
Correct.
And so that's the discussion between if the Museum on Main Street wants to take an initiative to that, that's great. But that's infrastructure that's outside the purview of mine repairs.
So the board had agreed that the elevator was something that they would spend money on, but we have been told several times that they would not spend any money on Dickman, which is why we've been working so hard and so many people have been working so hard and donated, been so generous, including Patsy of Mark. So I feel like we need some clarity on who's.
Yes, Ms. I, for one, am in favor of a restaurant. John, you asked me that once. It's the way things are going. Dennis and I have contributed a lot of money over the years since 2012. We've bought equipment for in there. We've done a lot. We don't expect it back if that building falls down. When you give, you shall receive. We even donated money to paint the streets and that kind of faded away. But we didn't give it with the potential to be reserved. But if Mr. Hughes puts in a restaurant and he gets a bug in his ear and wants to skate out, he puts all these fancy equipment in, is he going to pull it out? If you're going to give, you give completely, permanently. And Mr. Guzman, you know that we've given money and I dictate where that goes.
Yep.
I still have control of some funds. And I have been fighting for years for the bar area to make it become more of a social place with even pretzels, because there is nothing in there. So let's all work for the benefit of Dickman Hall, not one person or one thing. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make one comment. I mean, I would like to see if there was a restaurant that then bolsters, I mean, Lost Moore's Court basically loses or breaks money every year. Breaks even or loses money every year. So it would be my thought that with the restaurant there and then more eyeballs and patrons coming in and out, that Dickman Hall may then break that threshold and we can then invest money into, not Dickman Hall, but the bar area. We could then, invest money into that and get it going.
As friends of Dickman, we have earned and made a lot. You've got part of the information. It needs to keep on because we came here, it was open, then it closed, then it was open. And Dennis and I keep giving and giving and giving. Well, the good Lord takes care of us because we do the right thing. All we have to do is be honest and quit being greedy, move forward. Love your neighbor. At least be nice if you don't want. Beside the point, but we need to do this in an educated way and not for the benefit of a person for the fort.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
I would like to say one thing on the GABC license and our liquor license. Mr. Baker wants to be manager of the ballroom and the restaurant and the whole thing. That would mean that we would have to reconstruct the premises for where we can have liquor. And that would mean that only the ballroom, only the bar, you can drink, order in the ballroom. You can't take it out of the ballroom, out of the bar. You can't take it out of the bar. You can't take it over to the restaurant. It has to stay in the bar.
We can work that out of the contract. We can work that out of the contract.
I mean, initially it was
And
suggested that we get a percentage of those
that puts a
alcohol
lot
sales.
of,
And that's really the only way we're gonna guarantee to get money is that
Right.
we get a percentage of alcohol sales in the ballroom and the restaurant.
That's guaranteed money for us.
Yeah. Or
If we have the ballroom under his lease, we cannot bring liquor up there. We'll have only the bar. Only the bar will be under the fort's control. And only the bar will have the liquor license. So we would have to redo everything. So you wouldn't be able to carry liquor up to the ballroom from the bar. Only if we keep control of the ballroom. And if we keep control of the ballroom, we rent it out. If he wants to, if he needs it to supplement whatever the restaurant's not doing, as he said, lease it. But let the board be in charge of scheduling and managing the ballroom and the bar. Because that liquor license, if somebody gets caught carrying it out, because we're not there to watch everybody, it's already happened at the golf course. Where somebody brought in some liquor and it wasn't caught. If we're reported, we lose our license, we lose the whole ball of wax. So it's a very big concern. He doesn't want any alcohol. He wants it to be a family deal. So what does that do to him bringing in people? His restaurant people are gonna come sit in the bar to drink and then go to his restaurant to eat.
That will be part of the, I think all that will be
You know,
resolved in the,
I mean,
if we have. if we
there's a
get
lot,
contract.
there's a lot of
If we get
moving
contract.
parts here.
Okay,
And my suggestion is that we keep under our control, the force control, the ballroom and the bar. If he wants to have his dances and bring in all these people and do all this stuff, then he can schedule that when and we can coordinate with him to schedule the ballroom for his benefits and whatever he needs.
thank you, Sharon. We good?
Next.
Next item, Amistad Bank authorized exit for surety bond account. That Ms. Shar is requesting that the board put her on the account for, she has reasons. Mike,
I mean, it's a pretty short item, so can we just do it or not? Like, you and I
I got no problem.
open the account, so
I
we're
got no
just,
problem with it.
you and I are the signatories on there. I think this can be a quick yay or nay situation.
I agree.
Just make a motion to put,
Make a motion.
Yeah.
I motion that we add Charlena to the Amistad bank account in order for her to be able to renew the surety bond. As a business.
Second it, all those in favor? Unanimous. Ms. Shar, the pool policy, I think Mr. Director Mendiaz had questions about it, I believe.
I don't have a pool policy.
Okay, so we're gonna,
That, it's not that, it's
Okay.
what's in the rules and bylaw or the
Okay.
rules and regulations. And we decide whether we want to open it up for the public or we don't, because John also had, from our bylaws, there was, that you have the ability to.
yeah, that's our declaration for restriction.
Declaration.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so the argument is not whether the board has the authority to open the pool or not. The argument is our rules and regulations clearly state that that's a members only facility along with other places in here. And my opinion is that is the way it should be. And if you want to come in here, you buy an FRM. And that's what we sell is memberships to this establishment. We don't just open it up to everybody to come in and spend $5 to come in. Because what's the value of paying an annual membership and being a long-term contributor to this community and paying your monthly dues? And what makes it special, if anyone can just run in and pay to use that amenity.
the current policy is that if you invite a friend, that's your guest. That's the current policy, that's the current rule,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. What, is there an issue with that?
The thing I asked is because it has been open to the public before and we have charged people to come in. I want clarification because there's been some discussion. We don't want it or we do want it. That's all I want. So I know how to proceed with operations and to sort.
What were we charging last year?
We charge $5 per car because we did it so late in the year. that we didn't really have a good plan.
I think the year before, we charged $7 a car.
It was per person and let's be realistic, everyone. If you live in King County and you don't have one friend in the fort that wants you to come and visit them to use that pool, then what's your deal? Honestly, I think most of the people that came in the last time were called in by members. And I also think that if you're gonna be at the pool, the members should be with you. I shouldn't be able to be in Hong Kong and call in 15 people from outside and say, let these people in because they're gonna go swim at the pool on my membership. There has to be some sort of order to this place.
I do believe it states that they have to accompany their guests.
They do, but Jason, you just advocated against your position. You said that we should not charge people and just not let them in. And then you said,
Well,
but let me finish, please. But if you don't know somebody on the fort already, then you're pretty much whatever, and that you should just be able to get in no matter what.
no, well, clearly members should be able to allow people to come and visit them inside the thing, regardless of where they live at. When I first came here, and I didn't know the rules or whatever, but my mom told me that I was not a tenant of here, I was not a member, and I needed to pay to use the pool. And I didn't. I just went during the other time of the year when there was no one down there. You know, I just didn't go in the summertime. But that was the rule. I needed to have my mom with me, or I needed to go pay $3 to get in, and that was as a member's guest. So that's.
So what is so negative? Okay, so what you've established is that pretty much anybody from town that knows anybody on the fort has to know somebody on the fort. So everybody from town can come to the pool. We've established that.
If the member takes them down there and hangs out with them.
Okay, great. Let's try to enforce that. So then the next bridge we have to cross is then how does somebody like, I'm just some Joe Blow going down the road and I see the Cavalryman's Steakhouse and whatever, and I want to go eat a steak, but then I see there's a pool. I'm in the gate and I want to go to the pool. How do I go to the pool and go swimming? Which then maybe persuades me to buy a house or whatever, drive down the road and I see that I want to go visit the 9th largest spring in the state of Texas, 3rd largest swimming pool. What if I want to do that? And how do I get in this gate to be able to do that so that I can participate?
If someone comes up to there and requests information on purchasing property, it convinces the establishment that they are here to potentially buy something. Or if the same person comes every week and says, let me in, I want to go and buy a house. There's a difference in that, is there not?
That won't work. Like, how are we going to?
It's not about what works or what wasn't. The rules state that if this is like a country club, all right, it's really like intended to be like a country club where it was private. There wasn't a bunch.
Yeah, and we're going broke.
And then we're not going to save the world by letting in people for $5.
It's not about saving the world. It's about creating opportunity. We can't shut the gate and keep this place alive. We have to be reasonable about access, which is what our bylaws say, that we should grant, or that we can grant reasonable access. And then we should grant that reasonable access to allow people to come in here that are willing to pay, just like Barton Creek Springs, just like, well, I don't know what you pay at Balmarie, but just like a bunch of places.
Are those things on private property? Or they're state-owned parks?
Hey, you know what?
Are they?
If you want this place to survive,
it's not going to be.
Let's shut the damn gate.
Let's sell FRMs like we intended to. All right, there's plenty of people in town that have FRMs, plenty. But why would you buy one if you could just drive by and wave and go and swim?
Who would buy an FRM for their first time coming in because they want to go to the pool and they're traveling?
I'm not talking about travelers.
So how do they get in the gate?
They can come in the gate. They rent the
God.
motel.
You just said that people can't come in the gate and pay money to go to the pool. That's what you're advocating
I'm
for.
saying that if you're a county resident, you should buy an FRM. If you're traveling around in your bus around the country and you pull up in here, you're probably going to go to the RV park.
Okay, let me read this. Pool policy, non-member admittance. What are we missing here?
Where's the pool policy? What are you reading?
Pool policy, non-member admittance.
I have a
On the
solution.
agenda.
I
that
have
what
a
you're saying?
solution. We could have a summer FRM
No, that's not reasonable because
But it does state we could if we
we
want
can do all manner of things. The membership can vote to dissolve the whole damn association tomorrow.
Look, Mike,
Okay,
this
there's
is,
a lot of things.
Jason, this is my only, this is my, I'm not, I agree with about 98% of what you said. This is my only concern. Let's say, I'm here and I have 5 friends in the bracket. And none of them are members. And this is what's happening already. We all know this. This is not, there's no secrets here. I have 5 friends in bracket. They all want to go swimming. I meet them down there. They all come in. They don't pay a dime. And so, my 5 friends can swim and have a grand old time for nothing. That's what's happening now. If we had, and I remember, and we have to weigh it out, because I know in the past when we had charged, we're not making up for the employee we have at the gate. So, we keep it as you suggest. I can bring in my 5 friends. I'll have a grand old time. They don't pay nothing because they're my guests. Or my guests have to pay $3 at the door. That's an example. So that's what we need to decide. And maybe we don't need to decide today. We can decide it next month.
Well, I think guests had to pay before as well.
That's right. It sounds like what you're describing is having member guests pay to access the pool.
Member guests.
Right.
Motel also. No, not the motel.
Motel,
It's automatic. RV's automatic.
per our rules and regs, I can pull it up.
No, I understand, but I mean, that's also part of the consideration, because if somebody comes to stay at the motel, they are allowed to go swimming.
That is correct, and also the RV park.
Yes.
And that's stated in our rules and regs.
Right.
What we're actually talking about here, to me, it's not clear, there's not clarification needed. What it sounds like is being asked for is an amendment to the rules and regs to include language to explain this. Because otherwise, our rules and regs are quite clear about who can go to the pool, and it's a members only facility. So we're talking about changing that and charging, and it says member guests can go, but it defines member guests.
Well, then leave it as is, and we still save money because she doesn't have to worry about having somebody at the gate. We don't lose money, even though we could be gaining some money. Just leave it as is. then.
And now, if we choose to not have anyone at the gate, I know I think that means we should have zero enforcement of the rule. Someone from security should cruise by occasionally, check it out, see if people should or shouldn't be in there. It's a small place. They probably know most of the people that live around here. If there's 15 people that appear to not live in the fort, is it so much for the security to go,
So then if Mr. Fox has 5 of his friends there and he happens to go home because he's not feeling well, they're gonna go get shaken down by security because he's not there? I'm not sure the membership would appreciate that.
I don't know, when we bought the condo, the master's condo, we were told, and I think it's in our rules, that, and if there was somebody, we rented our condo, or whatever, that the renter would not be allowed to use the pool. That he wouldn't.
Yeah, his renters can't use the pool either.
That-
Renters are not defined as
Yes.
in the rules and regs.
Right.
It's just
So,
RV park and.
We're paying an assessment for that condo. And I have a person in there, I could say they're renter, but they're a guest because they're paying to stay there. And they're not allowed to go to the pool. That's what I was told. So there needs to be some clarification.
And I would like flexibility on that, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I would have no problem having flexibility on that.
And
all-
that's what I'm
and all
saying,
of,
we need some clarification.
And all of these, on all of your rental
And
people.
if I'm not mistaken, we bought wristbands last year. We paid to
Yes,
buy
you did.
wristbands
We were
last year
charging.
to
I remember
Try
something
to-
that, yeah.
to try to control who was at the pool and who wasn't.
But there's also a whole other big deal about renters because it's not being followed. That's another thing that's on my list to do. Because
Next to
we are supposed to be, the landlord or person who owns property is supposed to let us know they have renters. And they're supposed to check in every 6 months. And we're supposed to have the leases. And we don't. And we just realized that was not being
where
followed.
does this take? You're entitled to the details of a lease I have with a private individual. Where does this take
It's in
that?
the rules and
I mean, I
regulations.
could prove that someone is leasing the property.
I'm just
But you
saying.
need to know the monthly rent.
If I remember correctly, I think what was tied to the lease, Jason, was the fact that in order for you to get a member card, a non-member card, you had to present the lease to the renter. You know what I'm saying? So you had to go to the office, you had to present the lease, and then they would give you a card saying your renter has access.
So see, we have some flexibility, but for sure sake, we need to get this clarified before Memorial Day. Hold on, Bill.
And it was also another thing too about renters, that as owners of the fort, we can ask for a background check on every single renter because we're the owners.
Yes, and,
You want a
You have to have that-
background check on
that
rent,
form filled out.
but not
There's
members.
stickers
So
of the
anyone in the
renters
world
are-
could buy a property, there's pedophiles living in here. Did you background check them? So one
They all
tenant, you're gonna demand that I pay for a background check?
I'm just saying,
Renting here?
yeah, I'm just saying that's.
Hey, so look, in the member responsibilities, it says only one person or his or her immediate family are entitled to membership privileges for the membership certificate. So then you jump over to guest privileges, and a current schedule of fees and charges for guest use of member facilities is maintained in the member services. We don't need to make this complicated, and most people aren't gonna buy an FRM. If you go to the pool and you're not an immediate family member, you have to pay. Let's just come up with a schedule of fees that we can all agree on and be done with it. And then if you come in at the front gate, that schedule of fees is, if they come to the front gate and they say, I want to go to the pool, it's $10. And if you're a member guest and you're coming into the pool, it's whatever we charged last year, $5, whatever, and you get a wristband. This doesn't have to be complicated, but we can't shut the gates.
Again, in doing that, you would need an amendment to the rules and regs. That's
It says a current schedule of fees and charges for guest use of members only facilities maintained at the member services.
for.
But the rules, we can change the rules.
So
It takes a simple vote.
Yeah, we can establish the schedule of fees.
All right, so let me just be clear. What I'm saying is, for clarification, we have to amend the rules and regs to do this. That's what I'm saying. We need to put together language and whatever, and to put it in the rules and regs, because it also conflicts with itself right now, right? It just needs to be made clear in the rules and regs, is what I'm saying, if that's what we want to do.
But at what point did we start just thinking of the idea that a random residents of the county can pay to use the pool? I mean, it was not like that when I moved here. I didn't purchase these properties under that idea. It was not available at that time. I feel like we started charging for the pool when it was gonna be filled for 4th of July. And we were gonna pay $600, and we're like, well, it's only gonna be open for 3 days anyways, let's charge them monies for that. But then it got extended, and it kind of got randomly blown up to $3 a carload, and we had a whole mess about that last year. So
I want to add to this without numbers on how much we're spending expenses and revenue from the pool. It's not really consideration. It's been my understanding it has never been a giant moneymaker. But on top of that, as it's not a giant moneymaker, I can say that I have certainly talked to members who enjoy the exclusivity of having the pool and the use of the pool without 100 people in the pool with them. And I mean, I can attest to that personally. It's lovely to go on a weekday and have the pool to yourself.
that is the value of the pool to me, is to not have it overrun with a bunch of people, to have limited people in there. And enjoy it that way, not just, in the summertime, it's just with everybody. There's a pool in town. Like, don't act like there's not a county pool in town for people to swim. Just because ours is better, that's because everyone pays to maintain it and pays to live in here.
The pool in town is free, I believe.
All right.
I'm just saying, just
I mean,
comment.
I guess everybody here pays
Else, you got a
taxes.
question?
Yeah, I was just, because I think a lot of this problem started when, back in the day, if I rented my house to, let's say, you for a week, a month, 3 months, whatever it may be, it was understood that you become the member and you could use my privileges. So what you could do is that
if I'm a renter, the only privileges I have is to go and come. You don't have any use of the facilities.
The rules say that.
Yeah, but that's not what's happening. That's what I'm saying. You gotta put the rule together or enforce the rule. If the pool is gonna be member only, a renter cannot use the pool.
I'd like a refund on all those thousands of dollars of assessments I pay all the time, because I got the 13 properties. You want me to pay the full 106.66, but when I rent it to someone, I tell them you get nothing in here. That's a little unreasonable.
Well, but what they also did was your renter had to go to the office and fill out a paper, or you had to go with the renter, saying that Joe Blow is renting my house and it's his wife and 3 children. Here are their names. So it is on record that they are renting your house, and in fact, they were allowed to use.
I have no problem with registering people for the purpose of them having access to the facilities. I mean, everybody that owns a property in here, John, Sharon, myself, all the rest of the people that rent out their place, they're paying the full amount of money. And you can't use those if it says I only give credit for my own house to go there myself, so.
Bill,
I'm just saying that there has to be some way of knowing who the renters are.
Bill, we're not talking about the renters, we're talking about fees going to the pool, so
Right,
we got it, thank you.
so when I think you should have fees.
It states it.
I
Thank
think,
you.
I think we're at a place, that Eric said, we need to get together and amend the rules and regs so that we're clear, so that they're clarified and we know exactly.
And we need to do it
what
ASAP, ASAP.
Exactly what we can, agree on.
Thank you.
When's Memorial Day anyways?
May 20 something. Capital budget timeline action. I think that's yours, Ms. Sharon.
I'm sorry,
That's your item?
I don't remember asking about the capital
No,
budget.
you sent it to me in an email.
I think it was clear, I asked for clarification on the bulldozer. Whether it was gonna come, whether it was gonna come out of operational.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, it came out of operations and we've already picked it up and, oh, I'm sorry.
Share the mic. The mic, if you're gonna.
We already picked it up and it came out of operations and we've already, I think, we still have to amend the budget because we didn't have it on the agenda. So we're gonna have a special meeting to do that.
Did we pay that out of Fidelity? We write a check, or how do we pay the money?
Yes,
Okay, I guess it hasn't been cashed yet.
No, it hasn't.
Pull out of the bank.
Yeah. He just dropped it off this week. Gave it to him when he picked it up on Thursday.
Okay, good.
Is that it, Ms. Sharon?
Yeah, I was just wanting clarification. I didn't know where the money was gonna come from.
Yeah, we talked about it in our last agenda, I believe, and we said it was gonna come out of operations. If I'm incorrect, let me know.
Next item, Ms. Shaw, you mentioned the capital budget clarification, historical building, reserve study, preservation scope. That was the 3 things you said.
Yes, so here's from the research that I've done on the capital budget. These historical buildings, one, preservation is in charge of the outside of the buildings, okay? A reserve study is a study that is done to give you a 5-year, 10-year, 15, 20-year plan for these buildings. So when I first presented the capital budget, there was some work that needed to be done. But then I got a list of every single historical building that I was supposed to do a budget on. I feel that I would help somebody who's doing a reserve study, but to know the insides of those buildings and really what needs to be done, I don't know if we're qualified to do that. And I would like some clarification on that. If I need to do a capital budget, I can do one right away about our equipment, our machinery, our infrastructure. That's normal capital repair, but to have to do that for historical, that is a little daunting, and I'm gonna be honest.
What I would like at an absolute minimum is a plan for the money we take into the restricted fund. We know how much it is in a month. It's very stabilized. We should make a goal of keeping a balance of 100 grand or whatever that number is and make some sort of plan. We know we get $8,000 a month. That's $96,000 a year that we're gonna put into the restricted
I
money,
agree.
for example. So what are we gonna do with the 100 grand next year? We're gonna buy some ACs for Dickman. I'm just saying that's one example. Are we gonna fix the firehouse roof? What are we gonna do with that? That's what I'm looking for at a minimum. Yes, the reserve study is fantastic. It would be great to have every possible detail of everything, but for now, can we just plan what we're doing with that 96 grand?
I'm good.
That's what I'm primarily concerned with. I do want the reserve study. Actually, that will help us.
It will.
So,
It definitely will. And I will go back to the original one that I made, because I did put money out there. Because we have, we can plan to spend, say, $20,000 in maintenance. All of our equipment is 20 to 30 years old. So I can't say we're gonna spend this on backhoe, we're gonna spend this on bulldozer. We just say, we put this money away because we know that we're gonna have repairs that have to be done. It's gonna happen. And just like anything else, but you can't specifically say we're gonna put it on this one thing. We can say, here's what we're gonna need for repairs. Here's what we'll need, for painting. Here's what we'll need for street striping, because that's expensive. I mean, if that's not the right mindset, please let me know, because that's what my mindset
I
is.
think that my mindset is that the restricted fund is generally for well thought out, well planned things, not necessarily for emergency purposes. I mean, we might use it for that if we have to. But in general, it should be our long-term money. That's why it's set aside. That's why there's a preservation amount. That's why there's a restricted amount. So we can have a long-term plan to fix these things.
And I totally understand that, but we have to also build up the amount.
I would be comfortable proposing something along the lines of, we talked about this a little bit. If it's 100 grand, that we spend 50% of that, we pre-spend it, we plan it out, right? You find a $50,000 expenditure in 3 intervals for 3 projects or one whole project. And then the remaining balance is gonna be for, projects that we just don't see coming. $6,500 backhoe part or whatever, things that are assets that need to be fixed. The roof over it, the firehouse. I mean, this has gotten to a critical point where we run the risk of doing damage if we don't fix it. Okay, well, that's unplanned.
Yeah.
That would cover that. But the idea that I do not think it should be any general manager's responsibility to develop a capital budget on 1,600 acres, every single building, every single asset, title, piece of equipment, whatever, for the association. If we want to get that done, then we need to pay for the reserve study, and that can be part of the capital budget for this year. I'm completely comfortable with that, but I think requiring that, because here's what's gonna happen. Even if you went and did all that, and we'll just take one building, you go to the firehouse and you establish what you believe to be the capital budget for the firehouse. Great. You think a company's gonna come in and take your word for it? No, they're gonna go to the firehouse and they're gonna say, this is what it actually is, because they're professionals and that's their job. I do not believe that we should put that kind of a burden on any general manager. And quite frankly, I don't think that's what, that's ever been put on general manager. So let's spend the money we have. Let's have a plan for that every single year. And then let's get a reserve study, which I think everybody's supporting.
I mean, the reserve study could be part of the budget, honestly.
Yes.
However that we're gonna pay out there.
I mean, I have a lot to say about this. A reserve study would help you set up a capital budget, but keeping track of the status of our campus of buildings, knowing that we have a roof that is 20 years old, which will need replacing soon, or a bulldozer that's 50 years old that likely will need replacing soon. Putting together a list of all these things and parts it's a long-term goal, although I believe the board voted unanimously 10 months ago to pursue this. So the time has passed and it's not an impossible task. It's a large task, but it's a steady every month you grind and put this thing together. And yes, the expenses are more than we can afford, but you see things coming in advance, like a 50-year-old bulldozer or a roof that is already leaking. We know.
And I agree with this, the buildings that we rent out, that are venues that we use all the time, that's an easy task right there. And I can do all that. But it wasn't really clarified when we all you all unanimously voted. It wasn't really specific.
We didn't specifically say that you had to have an itemized, my interpretation of the vote was that we were voting on you to come up with a budget for the money that we have.
I certainly presented a list of buildings
You
that
did.
took 5 to 10 minutes to make. Seriously, didn't take long, and talked about how you start breaking down each building and what's necessary. What's the age of the air conditioning? What's the age of the roof relatively? If you don't know the age, just a simple inspection of the firehouse, walking inside, you don't even have to get on the roof to know it's leaking. And it has been for a long time, obviously. Just a simple inspection of our assets to determine where they are. And yes, the reserve study does do that. However, plenty of times past, this has been talked about ad length. This is not just a mystery. And furthermore, this could have been the response in June, July, August. And that's not what happened. What happened was, I've been told, it's been reported that work is being worked on, is being worked on. There has not been anything presented any of those months or even now, just it's being worked on. And a lot of time has passed. And this could have been passed. I see preservation on here, and I've had this conversation with preservation that this could have been tasked to a committee to start putting this together, or even including the reserve study, that the preservation could have been tasked with figuring out a reserve study. Well, they submitted to us. The committee worked for us.
I know, but it would be our responsibility to task it to them. We didn't do that, did we? I don't remember.
No, we didn't. And that's what I'm saying. But it has never been presented that this is too monumental. It can't be done. It's been presented. This is being worked on. And here we are, approaching a year later, and we're right where we started. And we unanimously voted for this. And so if there needed to be clarification on what this is, it should have happened.
I think there's been multiple email chains back and forth talking about some of this and about the overwhelmingness of it, and also I think you actually sent us proposals, basically saying,
I
It was a
like
budget,
it
a budget,
originally.
and that's what I anticipated. He's correct. I sort of remember that meeting, but I took it as an actual budget. Get the numbers together. What do you think we can set aside for this and that? I didn't expect her. I never thought she'd be going building to building with a clipboard,
26.
on any given day to check the building to see what the situation was. That's not what I anticipated. But you know what? This whole time has gone by. This is the first time that she requested it on the agenda. None of us did.
That's why you delegate things to committees and employees.
And we could have done
and
it.
members, not we.
Michelle can't delegate anything to a committee.
She didn't request anything either till now. That's the point. And this was explained. And I did give a chart showing building to building. Again, that took all 10 minutes to put
But the
together.
expectation was for her to walk around with a clipboard and a pencil and write down.
She
all
could have
stuff.
signed it. I thought this is what Mr. Gilby was hired for. It was talked
I
about.
just
And also
hired
Terry.
him.
These things were talked about. Oh, they'll be great for this. And again, these things were also presented as being worked on. I have not seen anything.
Are we any financially worse off by not having it at this moment? In your opinion?
That roof cost is going up and up and up on the damage to the firehouse. If we had not, if you wait till a building collapses, it costs a lot more. That's the whole point.
Of course.
We can solve all this. There's no damage done because we don't have a capital budget that's itemized per building, per task, whatever. Let's get the reserve. Let's just get it done and do the reserve study. And it will do 90+% of everything that is desired and necessary to predict, evaluate, itemize, index, all of it, categorize it, and figure out where we're at. And then we can have much more intelligent conversation.
How many votes do we have for a reserve study?
We had
We have two. I thought 2 or 3.
3?
One is for $25,000, and he still is calling me, and he is the only person that came out and walked every single building.
And
From Boston.
and the other 2 are for how much?
30,000, and I believe the other one is
Do they
32,000.
even have enough information to give us a quote?
The other 2 didn't, but they just gave us one.
I don't even know that the guy that came out here for 25 grand, I walked around here with him, I don't think he has enough information to really know what to do. And he
walked way after you were done with him.
We can give him the same list that Aaron had, all of our own buildings.
And he also said that the more information you give me, that's gonna be able to get it down to that price. If we just turn him loose with nothing now, I doubt he's gonna get it done for 25 grand.
I have the basics for the buildings.
You know,
Square footage, roofing. Those are 2 right
You
there.
can call him back and he can come give us another recheck, can he? Can he?
I mean, we really need more than 2 email quotes with no real backing information and 1 dude to come out here. We're gonna drop 30 grand, whatever the amount is. We need more than 1 person's opinion on it. We need probably 3 full-blown evaluations, and then we can make an educated decision on this matter.
Do they state in their pocket, do they just give you a lump sum, this is my bid? Or have they broken it down into what they're gonna, what
I'll
what
resend
buildings are gonna,
I'll resend it to you.
okay.
In the past, you can quote me, Travis. I said that I would never want to pay for reserve study, ever,
I know.
but times have changed. I would support it if we agreed on somebody. And Jason, isn't that correct? I said that in the past?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, members,
One more thing, and I think Travis has brought this up, he can speak to it right now, is that Charlene is spending X amount of time doing this, may or may not have any, give us any gain whatsoever. Having a company come in and do it does give us some gain. It's a burden I don't know that you can carry right now, or that a committee wants to do, and I don't know that. And we don't know what that work product would look like either, because we're not professional reserve study people. But if we get a professional reserve company that comes in here, then that creates other avenues for us to pursue things that do make a difference. If that actually creates avenues for us to pursue grants and so on and so forth, then
I mean, Terry.
that's how we get the money back. That's how we increase our.
Terry
reserve
Wolf
amount.
and Joe Vogel have already volunteered to jumpstart this process, but I don't know what we need to do to get them helping on that.
Well, they haven't been tasked to do it. They volunteered. They have the experience. They've done this for the companies that they work
So
for.
let's try to get that going.
And
Like
it
that's
could,
free to
it
us.
could, it could cut down on a lot of things, but they haven't been asked.
now, Sean, are you
They
qualified?
haven't been asked, 'cause I wanted clarification.
Are you qualified to guide them?
I don't think they need guidance. They are volunteering
Yes.
their services. And they already have the spreadsheet that Aaron has put
So
together.
preservation won't be involved in this?
Preservation will definitely be involved in it.
Well, then get can we task
And
I cannot task preservation.
Sharon, Aaron, should we task preservation to start?
I don't know, we can task preservation.
This isn't. Are
Well, I mean,
are
he
you
mentioned
talking about
it.
the reserve study?
Yeah, no.
Because they don't do, the
Not a
reserve
reserve
study
study.
is not the capital
For the capital
budget,
budget,
right?
or we
which is
just
the
go
topic.
towards trying to get bids for the reserve study. It's one or the other.
I mean, we don't.
That's a dance or something going on.
What do I do with my hands? So
Go ahead, what? I don't know if Aaron's thinking.
I got out of.
I mean, there's no information presented on this topic prior, other than the statement of it. So I'm not sure what I'm expected to present here.
I'm not.
It
was her item.
I motion that we get Terry Wolf and Joe Ulrich to present some sort of.
Request from them.
Yeah, request them to get them started. They already volunteered. Let's task them, ask them to move. Charlene can cooperate with them as much as necessary. Preservation can do whatever they want to do. Let's get together some information and circle back and then see what we have in front of us at that time. And then we can
That's
get back to
reasonable.
to the reserve study company. We need more than one quote. We probably, even their list is gonna be useful to the people that already gave us a quote. So let's just do that. And that's I'm moved that we do that. If that's-
Correct. And Preservation has already said they have a lot of information on these buildings, and they would be working with whoever wants to do this to share whatever information they have and they've collected over the years to get this started on the building. So the two people would be working with preservation and any other person on here that's been here like for 30 years that knows what happened on the buildings and stuff. So they will dig into that and that
He
information.
shall not be named. I'm just kidding. All right, go ahead.
So a couple of thoughts here. It is imperative that we move forward with a reserve study immediately. If you pay attention to what's happening across the US, there is a massive insurance lobby that is pushing for HOAs to have reserve studies. They already got it passed in Florida. When that happens, the price of a reserve study is going to go through the roof. Your 30,000 bid is low.
It's very.
When we, like, Annabelle and I went through this in the past and we met with the company out of Boston, I provided them a map of all of the buildings owned by the association. It included the golf course, it included all the historic district, and it included, I believe, the roads as well at that time. But that was in the realm of $60,000. Please put on the agenda for the next meeting, special meeting, whatever y'all call, to approve the expenditure of a reserve study. It's coming. The insurance lobby wants it. And the reason that they want it is so that they can back away from, having to spend money, right? Like they don't make money if they spend money. And
They
it's
take a
coming.
lot of our money, that's for damn sure.
Exactly. And they're going to take a lot more of it. And the insurance lobby is powerful, right? You've got alcohol, oil and gas, insurance, and they're coming for us. And they're coming for HOAs. Like that's coming. That's reality. Go look at Florida. It's already happened. It's going to happen here, and we're going to be behind the 8 ball if we don't move quickly. And I know y'all talk about this a lot. I think everyone's in favor of it. Please put it on the agenda and make it happen. It's gonna bite us.
Thank you.
I believe we had a motion to task Carrie and Joe Turley to meet to take your list and start doing something with it. I don't know.
Under the guidance of Charlene, right?
I don't know how that you wanted to phrase that or how it needs to be phrased. But we need to decide if we're gonna motion that, second it and vote on it.
Or they say independent. I mean, whatever y'all want.
I would recommend this goes through preservation. They're more familiar with all the buildings and everything going on with them.
That'll work.
So we can task preservation to task them. Okay, so who wants to make a motion so that we can get this done? Because we've been talking about this.
Go ahead.
Sure, I motion preservation be tasked with putting together a team to evaluate and document all of our historic structures to aid in use of reserve study.
That includes her husband and Joel.
I'm not limiting it.
Okay.
From
All right.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
And I want a motion that we put the reserve study on the next agenda and have adequate information, not just from them maybe, but
Right.
detailed quote information, what options that we can potentially approve in the next meeting.
We need to put together the information. I've looked at reserve studies and everyone I've looked at have pages and pages of information they want you to fill out before they quote you.
Do you want to get those
So,
for us for next month?
I can print out, I can send those
No, I don't.
from different ones that have their.
There's a quote table.
The thing is, who's gonna be tasked with that? You want very specific information. We already have one bid for the reserve study.
Yes.
So do you want Shar to get
Yes.
10 more bids?
not 10.
I
Like,
mean, you know what I'm saying, get more information.
yes, I want the general manager to provide us with options for the reserve study.
Okay,
Right, but the motion is to have the reserve study on the agenda.
that's fine,
Right.
that's fine.
I second the motion.
All those in favor?
All right.
And that would, and that's not even on the list. Well, it is
I need
technically
to
on
get
the
better
list.
at my
Well, it
motions.
is sort of.
It's up, we went back to old business.
It's all old business.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, it's on there.
couple announcements. Our annual meeting is next Saturday at 10 a.m. at the Post Theater. We will also be organizing ourselves to elect officers. I want to, well, we have TV land going and the short, small part we have here. I want to give a special thanks to John Wiley for serving on the board for the last 3 years. Today's his last meeting, unless he's reelected. So we don't know what's going to happen next week, but it's been my privilege to serve with you, and I'm very appreciative that you have served as best you can.
Thank you, John.
All right, let's now adjourn into executive session. It is 12:34. Adjourn executive session. Thank you so much, folks. Appreciate your all's participation.
Said I made up my mind this time. I'm taking it over. Modest tranquility. Said I made up my mind this time. I'm taking it over.
we did actually voted on something in executive. Huh? Go ahead.
We're returning back from executive session. It's 5:03. The board voted, the majority of the board voted or agreed to have court clerk attorney notify a member via letter. No other actions were taken. Our next meeting will be April 18, 2026. Meeting adjourned.